Is it a nightmare? Is it an illusion? Is it an evil? Is it alive? Whatever it is, if this one doesn't scare you, you're already dead.
Sabrina Miller, or Sabrina Miller 230, is the name of an Instagram account belonging to, well, none other than Sabrina herself. You'll notice at first that Sabrina isn't like most other people on Instagram. In fact, it's hard to really identify her even as a human at all, as she's very clearly a mannequin, right? Well, scrolling down, you'll realize that there's something a bit more sinister with her and her looks. Even more than that, however, is Sabrina as a person, as she doesn't seem to be all connected with people that well, and for good reason. It's because she's an alien. Ooh. Sorry, I'm out of touch. I haven't done this in a long time. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. To be honest, while most of this story is told entirely on Instagram, much of Sabrina Miller has written and shared with us mere human mortals is but a surface-level glimpse into her life and her existence as a whole. So we're tackling this in the most organized way possible, going chronologically from her very first post on Instagram to the very latest as of this recording. Keep in mind that every so often we'll encounter characters, names, and such that are integral to Sabrina's story, and though we won't give them too much attention at first, we will dive deeper on them later on whenever they're brought up. However, there are some characters that are probably going to be left for another video, because there's one particular guy named Richard who has so much info on him that he literally has to be done separately than Sabrina. And of course, because most of this story is being told through photos, I won't actually be able to talk about all of them, and I'll just straight up ignore some or briefly mention others, mainly because they're not too important to the story as a whole. Side note, if you are interested in this story, please be respectful. I understand that this will get many enthusiastic people heading towards Sabrina Miller's way and possibly showing support, and that's totally fine, but I'd rather her profile and DMs not be filled with shitty people being shitty. And also, as per any ARG, I'd prefer if most of you don't bring up my name. I always like being on the ground floor with all of you trying to solve mysteries rather than being part of the story. It's just how I've always preferred to work. So, with that I haven't done this in so long. So, with that out of the way, let's begin. Whether done by accident or not, Sabrina ended up posting the same photo twice on the same day, and that is our very first introduction to her, which immediately shows that she's not really normal, or at least not really familiar with us. Right off the bat, she has this eerie, forced smile and this horrifying plastic mannequin face. It's unnerving, especially since the photo is so very grainy and somewhat blurry. It's a great introduction to everything, however. A being who is unaware of their own visage, unaware of how to properly use technology given to her, and just learning to blend in with humans. Then comes the next photo, which is an up-close photo of Sabrina, and a paragraph that shares her story with us. Our first real introduction into her and her life. Great day. I helped my friend Barry a bit with his depression. He sent me some photos of him when he was younger, in his living room with his mom, cleaning. Some photos of him celebrating his birthday. I reminded him of the nostalgia and to remember good times await in the future. I've always been so scared to interact with people. Ever since Richard, I have felt so used by your kind. But I'm trying to adapt. The closest friend I had was John, but I can't find him after he moved away. Again, we'll be exploring these named people a bit later, but for now, what we can take away from this is really that Sabrina isn't that much different from you or I. She has friends. Well, I guess that does make her a bit different from... She has her own fears, insecurities, and she feels sort of sad that she's lost some of those friends. This is pretty much the first sign that she's not human, as she refers to people as your kind, as in humans. The next photo is a simple one. Hello all. Though it doesn't say or show much, it does at least show the kind of personality Sabrina has. She's a very loving and optimistic sort of person. Friendly, even. After this is a photo of Sabrina smiling, hanging out with her best friend Barry, apparently, showing her optimism and overall good vibes, but then things take a turn when the next photo is a complete juxtaposition to her cheery, happy-go-lucky smile. Sometimes I have to remember to cry tears, not blood. For some reason, I always mixed up the two. Sometimes it feels weird to release a liquid from my face. I usually have no emotions, but I have some sadness. My friend Barry has been feeling worse. I wish I could take his pain away. At this point, this is definitely the weirdest and creepiest post Sabrina has ever shown. It's a clear and stark reminder that Sabrina is not one of us, and she even struggles to replicate some of our feelings. Simple emotions are so strange to her that she can't even process them properly, but sadness and happiness seems to be the ones that she feels the most, as we've seen thus far and will see later on. It's also worth noting that her tags can sometimes be pretty strange. I mean, happy and love. Messy even isn't really so out of place, but hungry, thirsty, and yummy? We'll keep that in mind. Getting to learn more about Sabrina with the next photo and description, we see that Sabrina can apparently grow her hair to any length and shade she wants. And she confirms that she's not of this world by casually stating that when she first arrived on this planet, she chose shoulder-length hair, and then long. We already knew she wasn't human, sure. This is the first time she ever confirmed that she wasn't even of this earth. So, where is she from? Hi. Sometimes I like to sit in the dark. I think about Richard a lot. I used to be so afraid of the dark. If it was not for him, I wouldn't have found this wonderful place. But there was a price. Silver lining, I guess. Plus, I learned how to use light in my eyes to see, and I guess you could call that dope. What an odd world. It's here we learn that Sabrina is not only a being from another world, but it turns out she's possibly not even of this time, with her mentioning that she's seen into the past and into the future, despite not having control of that power yet. Yet what's really interesting is the explanation behind her appearance. This is the form that Sabrina has taken because it brings her comfort, but her real form is something incomprehensible, too frightening for human eyes. Let me just pause this story real quick and just fangirl for a little bit, if that's okay. I always love stories where there are aliens that harbor vestiges of themselves that are beyond human comprehension. Sort of like Lovecraftian horrors, only, better written. But what I truly love more than that are aliens from different media that cannot understand human emotion. Think about it for a second. If there are beings with forms that are beyond our comprehension, then wouldn't it make sense that we as humans harbor thoughts beyond alien comprehension? So, in other words, the human mind is like the equivalent to a Lovecraftian horror to anyone that isn't human. And that's exactly what Sabrina is dealing with. She suffers through human thought and human emotion to the point where it brings her pain and confusion. I think that says a lot about us humans that I think many of us take for granted. I think that's rad as fuck, personally, but let's continue. Sad. I wanted to live on this planet as a friend, but your kind became too interested in the things I could do and the magic I've performed. It makes me sad because I originally was invited here for the purpose of friendship and in hopes to learn from each other, but I was the only one giving, never receiving. I'll be okay. Sometimes depression hits me for a little bit. In the past, Sabrina has been hurt, but more than just hurt. She's been lied to and manipulated, and someone from her past had harmed her to a point where it scarred her mentally, and she could no longer fully trust humans as much as she initially wanted to. Thankfully, her depression doesn't last very long, as the next photo has her smiling, reflecting how her emotions are very unstable, and that she's not quite used to those emotions despite only being here for 70 years, which might be longer than most of you might have realized. This means she's been observing her kind for a while, but she still hasn't really grasped emotions or even really learned how to make connections with humans. It might be that Instagram and other social medias like this can help her really reach out and make new friends. That's most likely the reason why she made an Instagram in the first place. I mean, that's probably the reason why most of us make any sort of social media platform account. In some weird way, Sabrina's story is a story that a lot of humans are going through right now. I think a lot of us want to make connections, and I think a lot of us want to understand our emotions, because even humans don't fully grasp what we feel sometimes. And especially when you're an adult, you don't really make that many friends, and social media is probably the only way that most of us can make friends and new connections. But for her to go on for 70 years and not be able to make a single friend other than the names that she's mentioned, it's a sad thing. Because there are clear people in her past that have really caused her to shelter herself. But we'll soon see that there are other people in her life that can possibly get her out of this little rut of hers, or make her fall deeper into that depressive hole that she's always been in. Red is a wonderful color. When I get angry, I feel this color for some reason. Interestingly, these next set of photos were actually a sort of mini-story arc involving Sabrina and her friend Barry, compiled in 7 posts, all which talk about her relationship with Barry even further, and her experiences with romantic feelings for others while on Earth. So let's talk about these posts real quick. The first post has Sabrina feeling excited for the future, as Barry admitted he had feelings for her. We got the name John again, a man who was once her close friend. She tells us that she loved him, but the two were never in a relationship. They meant a lot to each other. But going back to one of the earlier posts, one of the first posts ever made, she mentions that she could no longer find him after he moved away. And it's about here where John's story kind of ends. Out of the, 80 or so posts that she's made, this is probably the last time John has ever been mentioned. Except for one more place, but we'll get to that way later in the video. The next post, however, talks about how Barry and Sabrina have now arranged a date, and how she needs to prepare, showing confusion that she even needs to look pretty, quote-unquote, and giving us a clue on how her species back home work, hinting they're a sort of hive mind race, maybe, or perhaps a race of humanoid things or something else that are part of a larger being. It's kind of really hard to say. The next is a massive lore dump on a man named Richard, who's been mentioned a few times before. I'm going to save this for another time, as I've mentioned Richard before, and dude, there's just so much. I mean, Richard is unlike any other character mentioned before or even after this post. He is a human who has greatly affected Sabrina, mostly negatively, and perhaps knows more about Sabrina and her anatomy than even Sabrina knows about herself. Due to how significant of an impact he has on the story, we'll have to leave him alone for now, and revisit him later on in the future. But all you need to know now is that Sabrina, when first arriving on this planet, was miserable, and though she felt disconnected with humans, she had a fondness for nature. Eventually, she opened up to just one man, and that man being Richard, but that ultimately did not end well with her, nor did her interactions with her current friend Barry, as we'll see now. When he saw me, he said he was scared of me. He said I looked artificial. I did my best to look pretty, but I guess it wasn't good enough. I hoped he would have let me in, but the door remained locked. I stood there for 1 hour, 34 minutes, and 17 seconds before leaving. He loved when I helped him through his problems, when I listened to him when nobody else would or could. I even tried to form a calming figure to help him through his nightmares. He ran away from me then, and he ran away from me now. I was being used by him, just like I was Richard. Your kind are so cruel. I never really interacted with humans besides Richard. I would live amongst everyone, keeping to myself. Now, I wish I would have stayed in the woods, where the animals and plants never judged. I miss John. Tragically, after meeting with her friend Barry, Barry was horrified to see Sabrina, which is strange because I had thought that they'd already have known each other and known how the others looked. Especially when previously Sabrina had stated she was hanging out with Barry before, but reading this carefully, you'll see that she mentioned helping Barry through his nightmares by taking on a calming figure. The wording is interesting because this could imply that she was literally visiting him when he was having nightmares, or she could have meant figuratively, as in my life is a nightmare. Either way, this would at least suggest they've hung out before and actually talked face to face, but if she's changed her form before just to talk to him, who's to say that she hasn't done so the entire time they've known each other? I think it's clear that Sabrina isn't being truthful. Or perhaps she just doesn't know any better. After all, this form she's taken is her more comfortable one, despite it being incredibly uncanny and extremely fucking terrifying for most. Maybe she has a form where she actually talks to humans, because she realizes that her actual, casual, comfortable form is not one that most people are comfortable talking to. In the next post, she laments how close she's gotten to him, but mentions that she had given Barry a protector. I have no idea what that means, to be frank, and even later on it's never really explained what she could have meant, but that doesn't seem to be the most important part of this whole story. One last thing to note about this post, though, is her mentioning that she is hungry in the tags. You're gonna have to keep that in mind for now. After this, she talks more about her homeworld, stating that there's no real concept of individuality back home, and again, in the tags, she mentions she's hungry and angry, meaning she's just one step away from calling the manager. The next post, she talks about the one singular fucking Barry. I suck dick at recording my own shit. The next post, she talks about Barry one last time, stating that Barry asked her to forgive her, but she said she didn't, saying forgiveness is not of her nature. At first glance, it might seem that they talked it out, maybe, but if you have the reading comprehension of an 8-year-old, you'll figure out that she actually ate him, as the photo shows her smiling with dry blood on her face. You have to remember that up until this post, she's been mentioning how she's been hungry and angry this whole time. Even in the post itself, she mentions how she only knows hunger and anger right now because that's all she can feel, and forgiveness is the last thing on her mind. And if you read the tags down below this very post, she states how he tasted good, using the hashtag sweet flesh. And this is the part that was seldom shown with Sabrina's previous posts. Her diet. Being a creature from a different planet, it's assumed she wouldn't eat like us humans, but she does eat creatures like us humans, or just straight up humans themselves, like Barry. Which is interesting because if she's trying to integrate herself into human life and trying to be like one of us, then would this be considered an act of cannibalism? Either way, it seems that she didn't feel bad eating him. Sure, she was controlled by anger, but it seems that Sabrina thinks this was perfectly okay, showing once again how little she cares about human life. She may like us, but she doesn't necessarily view us as an equal to herself, and so ends the tale of Barry and her relationship with him. The next 3 posts are pretty mundane. Sabrina receives mail, she has a video call with one of her friends, and she gets her nails done. We wouldn't hear about Sabrina for a while after this post because apparently she had been gone away for a little vacation. She informs us that she came back with this post. Back from where? Back from her home planet. Apparently during her little vacay, she was informed by her people that she should try learning more about us by studying us, which we'll bring up later. For now, things become more mundane here onwards. Well, I mean, she does shed her skin, and that's like, I guess that's part of a woman's anatomy. I'm not really sure, and I'm not gonna judge. Why would I? I don't know shit about women. I'm stupid and gay. Then she made a mask out of the molted skin, and it's like, wow. Sabrina then talks about a new friend she made while tagging love and hunger over and over again. Another post that mentions a new friend has the curious, "he doesn't believe me" tags, which is strange. Things get truly strange. Why am I using that word over and over? I gotta find a synonym. Things get really bizarre when she makes this post. Sadly, one of my friends wasn't helping. So my 2 friends who are left over will be coming home with me to be studied. They were so excited, maybe in a bad way, but I tried to reassure them that they will be taken good care of. Ever since some parts of my family wanted to be independent like me, they want to learn how to blend in with all of you. And that will take studying. It's been hinted at before, but Sabrina isn't very empathetic of humans. She may love them, but love to her has always been confusing, especially after the abuse she faced when she used to be with Richard. However, now it seems that she's more forthcoming with humans, and instead of getting to learn about them and feel anything for them, she snatches them away and takes them to her people, whether they want to or not. As for those who don't comply, I can only assume she eats them. Sabrina is now changing from someone who was on the fence about humans to straight up not giving them a chance and doing what she wants to them. After all, why show love and empathy to creatures she finds cruel? Cheesecake guy. Things get dire as her perception of humans start to deteriorate, lamenting how nature is a beautiful thing, but humans have destroyed so much of it, going out to find food, but finding no one outside, meaning she's seeing humans as just that, something to eat. Saying how her two friends that she abducted are doing well in their new home, meaning they'll probably never return. Leaving ominous posts such as a storm is brewing. All the while, people aren't making her feel better about humanity, as she receives messages like this, and this, and this, only solidifying how she views humans now. And that's an interesting part of this whole Sabrina Miller thing, because of the interactions that she has like these. It's because of interactions like these that this can be considered an ARG, but a good one. See, there's interaction with the audience, both in the comments and the DMs, and I think that's such an integral part of what makes an ARG so good. It's that touch of humanity, ironically enough, that helps us connect with this story. So far, there haven't been too many interactions that are too noteworthy, but the lore that Sabrina, or rather whoever created Sabrina's story, is very well crafted. It's not super deep, but ask the right questions and Sabrina will open up more about who she is, where she's from, and how she feels. For example, someone asked what her species is, and she replied to them by saying that the human alphabet can't convey what she's called, but she's from a distant universe nonetheless. She also revealed that the reason she's here is because someone on Earth, through deep meditation, was able to contact her. Once again, being Richard. See, people don't really do this sort of interaction with modern ARGs, I feel. Too many people stick with puzzles and cryptic messages and stupid YouTube videos, but actually touching base with your audience and having a one-on-one with them can feel rewarding and can make your audience feel like they do have an impact on the story itself. After all, not all of us know what base 64 is or how to find a rock key, so you can find someone sometimes feeling lost about how to go about with the ARG. However, if you're someone who can ask the right questions, you might be just as helpful as the guy who can decrypt stuff. Anyways, sorry, I kind of ranted off topic there. The point is, I'm really loving this story a ton, and I think if you're really into it, you should probably check it out yourself and see what you can find or ask Sabrina. For now, let's just continue with the surface level stuff. The more Sabrina posts, the more we see her hunger grow, as with the next two posts we see her mouth and hands covered in blood. While it's not made clear what she ate, she states that there are many organic forms she can choose to eat. With the way she's been thinking about humans, we can only assume that she's been eating many more humans. It began with Barry, and now who knows how many lives she's gorged on, which is the wording she used on this post. The next two posts revealed her origins, where she came from, and the different beings she had met on her journey here. But because so many of these details relate to Richard, as well as much of her origins being scattered everywhere, we're going to leave these posts for another time. The next post we see is of Sabrina admitting that she's often watching humans at shopping malls, observing how daily life is like for us, confused by what we do. It seems that at this point she's pretty much stopped caring about what we do, and every possible thing that confuses her about us is just another reason for her to do what she does. And the next time we see her, she has bloodied fingers, showing that she has most likely kidnapped more humans as she needs more to quote-unquote study, and it seems like she's really taking people by force. Those friends she made, well, it seems like they're already heading off to their home planet to be studied. Before this, however, we get an interesting revelation about Sabrina's species and the sort of powers they wield. Almost there. Did you know that my species can enter your dreams? Sometimes they'll be nice to you, and other times they will not. Don't be scared though. They can't actually hurt you in the dreams, but they sure do make them feel real. Going back to when Sabrina talked about Barry, we can now confirm that Sabrina really was entering Barry's dreams, which can now give us a clearer light on why it is Barry was so frightened of Sabrina when they'd allegedly been talking for so long as best friends. It's kind of likely that Sabrina never actually met Barry at all in person or even on the phone, but rather in a dream. This made Barry feel comfortable, as Sabrina could have just been yet another part of Barry's dreams, and in dreams, even the most distorted and strangest creatures could seem normal to us, whether we're aware of their existence or not. Sabrina also shows her lack of understanding when saying that while her people can't harm humans in their dreams, they can certainly make it feel real. Saying this in such a candid tone makes it seem like she doesn't even really understand what pain is. So long as it doesn't do any bodily harm, it's really not that big of a deal. With this sort of understanding of humans, it's frightening to think just what would happen if she gave her people the wrong message about us. Up until now, Sabrina has shown a great misunderstanding of human emotions, feelings, activities, friendships, and many other things, but the most prevalent of these emotions that she understands and is attached to is love, sadness, and anger. And because of her broken bond with Barry, anger is now currently the most prevalent emotion, mixing up her happiness with selfishness as she devours humans and abducts them to be studied on her home planet. It seems she's still enthusiastic about human life on Earth and still wants to be human, but finds us to be cruel, confusing, leaving her apathetic of our way of life. And with their family now interested in us humans and coming here to quote-unquote visit, we will soon see Sabrina's true colors, and perhaps even a change of heart, right after this. Hey, so I got a Patreon. I really hope that if you enjoy my content, you become a patron. Okay, that's it. Patreon.com/Goose. Still here? Okay, I don't want to waste your time, so skip to this number if you want to continue the video. Otherwise, let me elaborate on the fact that I did in fact make a Patreon. So I get most funding for not only just my life, but my channel, mostly from YouTube. And honestly, I think most of you know YouTube isn't really always stable. There's a lot of work that you need to put into your channel that sometimes doesn't always work out. And I really do want to experiment with this channel more and do new things. All of it, of course, being horror related, so don't worry too much about that. But I just want to do more and talk more about other stuff like horror games, obscure horror films, the behind the scenes stuff that you don't see, and just more paranormal stuff as well, alongside potentially real life content. Of course, mini mysteries and videos like this focusing on weird online stuff will still continue, but I want to broaden my horizons on the topics I focus on. I also want to get better at editing and implementing Blender into my videos, and getting an actual stable amount of funds going my way will ensure that I can take my time and actually learn how to edit better and make better content in the future. So I hope that if you truly enjoy my content and have faith in my content moving forward, you'd become a patron. If not, just watching my vids are enough, honestly. And I thank you so much for your viewership. Seriously, every view counts, every like helps, but not necessary, and subbing to my content is super appreciated, and it's all free. So thank you again for watching my stuff and for supporting me for as long as y'all have. I hope this year will be a fruitful one, and I hope to see all of you later on with more content that I produce and more stuff that hopefully you'll like. I hope you enjoy the rest of my content this year. I hope you enjoy the rest of the video. Love y'all. Let's continue. I tried to have one of my family members take a photo of me, turning into my true form, but sadly, this was the only thing it captured. Polaroids captured it better. Digital cameras get all messed up. My face sort of changed, but not enough. This is the first glance of what Sabrina looks like in her true form, and it won't be the last time we see her try to capture it. With mention of family members, we can now assume her family, who were interested in Earth, are now currently walking among us. Though this seems to be only a visit for them, as the next post wouldn't happen until 8 months later, where Sabrina gives us an ominous photo, stating that she had to take care of something really important. But she never really clears up what that something is. But we'll see in a bit what that might be. Nonetheless, our next post is much, much wordier. The feeling of being back on this planet is one I have truly missed. A sense of euphoria. I went home with 2 new friends from here. They were nervous at first, like all the rest. But once they arrived, they entered a sort of state that made them speechless. My people learned so much about the human emotion response. It gives us an opportunity to visit you more and not feel out of place. I was going to stay home. My family wanted it. But truth be told, I feel like this place is my second home. And when I came back, the sweet smell of smog was a nostalgia rush that one who is addicted to a drug could only describe. My new roommate, he doesn't know I'm living here yet, seems really cool. We'll update you all with info soon. The way she says that her 2 abductees helped teach her people about human emotional responses sort of gets me unnerved. If Sabrina, an alien living amongst humans, can barely understand human emotions and empathize with pain and other important human feelings, then I wonder what exactly her people are doing to these 2 humans. They're probably being put to their absolute limits in terms of, emotional responses. It kind of reminds me of that one scene from the Animatrix where the machines are sort of poking at the brains and you could see the faces like smile and cry and they're trying to figure. I'm like imagining that's probably what's happening. Some horrific shit, I'm sure. That being said, Sabrina's now back home and is now living inside someone else's house, possibly within their walls. Rad. More about her hair, that's nice. Then after this, Sabrina again attempts to take a photo of her true form to no avail. After this, she molts again, showing her face without makeup, and what she says in the post, it's super wholesome, actually, so I'm gonna say, hey, you look good, queen. Things do get creepy, though, as Sabrina has robbed her roommate's landlord's doorknob and says that she'll be visiting him soon. That's not ominous at all. Then she gets sexually harassed by someone who DM'd her. Rad. Man, even alien women can't catch a fucking break, huh? But all that sort of lightheartedness aside, except for the sexual harassment stuff, that's really not cool, we get a bit of a disturbing post. Old news clip of me on the television set. Whoever sketched me like this did me dirty. So now things are starting to add up. When you read this old, quote-unquote, news clip, you can see that it's a clip from sometime in November, around the time that Sabrina stopped posting just before her 8-month-long hiatus. Adding 2 and 2 together, it would seem that Sabrina has been on the run. I mean, she's been gone 8 months. It doesn't explain why or for what. And for many posts leading up to her 8-month hiatus, we see her having bloodied fingers and sometimes a bloodied face. Adding to the fact that she is now currently living in a new home with people that doesn't even know she lives there with them, we get a clearer picture as to why she had been absent. Oh wait, it just says why right here. Sabrina is now wanted for multiple homicides and acts of aggravated assault. She's also apparently 6 feet tall, which is funny because most mannequins are around that height. But not coincidental at all, considering she, modeled herself after a mannequin. So we've pretty much known that Sabrina has been devouring humans, but interestingly, if there is an APB for Sabrina, then that means she was caught once. I mean, not caught as in, jailed, but caught as in someone actually saw her. Or maybe some sort of camera recorded her doing this. Maybe. I don't know. It's hard to say. Maybe we'll find out in the next post. They aren't cold. None of them get cold. They inevitably become room temperature, a fact that I was horribly mistaken on. I always thought they became cold. Still so much to learn. I couldn't control my hunger last night. They didn't deserve what happened to them. Why do you have to taste so good? My species eats organic matter, and that typically was organisms that had no physical form, but this just tastes so much better. Being at home for the length of time that I was, I forgot how to control my emotions again. But I'm trying. Fun fact, I have night vision sight. After Richard, I would have sneaked into people's homes at night. So I adapted to the darkness quickly. These 3 posts are self-explanatory. I have nothing to add. Well, other than the fact that these photos are fucking terrifying to look at. It's becoming clear that Sabrina Miller is becoming more unhinged as time moves on. The next post shows this as she's apparently broken into someone's house and just straight up takes psychedelics, giving us possibly the strangest look Sabrina has ever shown us, or maybe in some ways the most human look. A strange mixture between her mannequin self and something closer to a human face. What this could mean, well, I don't know. Maybe she's getting closer to being human. Maybe the psychedelics actually had her take on a form that's not like a mannequin at all. Who's to really say? And what happened to the people that she visited that night? Don't know. But the following few posts are far more noteworthy, as Sabrina now gives us an insight into her past and into Richard himself. Again, so much of this is worthy of its own video, but I definitely don't want to leave you hanging, so we'll briefly cover some interesting points. For one thing, we learned that Sabrina used to be in high school. Not just once, but in fact at least 5 times, as seen with each of her yearbook photos. The last one she's smiling because at this point she was truly happy, and humans were kinder to her. Here we see her with Richard Williams, our first and only look at his face, at least wherever part of his face you can make out. He was a doctor. He was also Sabrina's friend, her first source of happiness. But ironically, he was also Sabrina's greatest source of sorrow and anger. And then there are the Polaroids. A few examples of what Sabrina's true form might look like, as well as the first example of her turning into something other than organic material. She can turn herself into light, apparently. Richard also used her to transform herself into his ex-girlfriend, further showing the manipulation Richard was committing. This is the man that caused Sabrina to distrust humanity, and it made her spiral down a path of anger. This is just a small glimpse into Sabrina's tragic past. Through Richard, she had lost a way to be herself, and had no idea how to interact with humans ever since. And now, she lives alone, feeling unloved, sad, and hungry. But still, she thinks of him nowadays, with photos like this, an old Polaroid of a woman with Morse code written on the Polaroid. He needed to let her go, is what it says. The next photo being of Sabrina with the caption, "I don't understand why he wanted me to change. I always felt beautiful the way I was." Whenever Sabrina gets into this more depressive state, it seems she lets more of her true nature come out, and her very image literally gets darker, as does her mind. And with posts like this one, we can see where her mind is at this point. Fall is a bittersweet time for me. It was the beginning of everything for me. Now I will enjoy this wonderful storm and think about everything. Some of my family have arrived here. Couple things to note. If you see an animal, object, or person that looks slightly off, it may be one of them. So be nice and respectful. I know it may seem odd, but they are just here to experience the pleasures of being an independent human like you. There's only one that you have to worry about, and I advise you to not get near him if you see him. His name is Vino Targus. And please, whatever you do, do not say his name many times out loud. And if you feel him in the dream, ignore him. Think. One thing that was touched on previously is Sabrina's ability to shapeshift into pretty much anything. She's already taken on the forms of a mannequin-human hybrid, and as well as a form of Richard's ex, but this is only just the tip of the iceberg. Since her family is obviously of the same species as Sabrina, it's fair to assume they too can shapeshift. And so they've chosen to shapeshift into not just humans, but objects and animals as well. It's limitless, the possibilities that they could have, as even before Sabrina had attempted to turn herself and succeeded into turning herself into actual light. And then there's Vinyl Targus, or Vinyl Targus? Vinyl Targus? I don't know, I'll say Vinyl Targus from now on. Who that is currently unknown, but it's clear that Sabrina dislikes him, and even recognizes he may be a threat to humans, ironically coming from Sabrina herself. There's also the part where you're not supposed to say his name out loud, at least not many times, as stated before, because he could visit you in your dreams. It's hereafter that Sabrina gets sentimental about Earth and its inhabitants, with a lengthy post about her nostalgia for the world and how it felt entering our world for the very first time. It was like entering through a doorway made of a beautiful, all-knowing light. The contrast was fascinating because there was also a blackness in this light that felt never-ending, almost like a black tunnel that stretched to the ends of the universe. Halfway through the door, its shape went from a rectangle to a circle, with that familiar cold blackness in the middle, and with that same familiar light around it. It felt like what your species would describe life and death to be like, and despite it only taking a second for me to step foot from my world to yours, it felt as if my body was shot through a cannon, moving millions of miles. It felt as though I was traveling around the universe. I felt a cold cosmic wind go through my own being, which caused me a great deal of excitement. The autumn air reminds me of that feeling. This time of year is bittersweet for me. Halloween! Boo! Ah! After these Halloween posts, Sabrina informs us of something unfortunate. Vinyl Targus, Sabrina's brother, has apparently been causing problems for humans. Because he can apparently enter people's dreams, as many of our people can, he apparently has been able to lure people with his own name, and it's assumed that he's been abducting people and possibly torturing them, eating them afterwards. Because the next post says that he only cares about his own sick pleasures, which could mean that Vinyl Targus takes a lot of pleasure from just torturing humans. This is the only known picture of Vinyl Targus. It was taken from his last victim, his latest victim actually, from someone's brother who had posted that their brother had gone missing and that this was the final photo that they found on their phone. It's hereafter that Sabrina decides to take action against her brother and says that she will be removing him, likely meaning she's going to kill him with some help. It's unclear what exactly happens here. It almost feels like there's a chapter missing in this story because the next post we see from Sabrina, well, apparently she has new friends. She's eating what I'm assuming and maybe hoping is a turkey and not a human. And oh, Vinyl Targus is dead, I guess. And yeah, she has a sibling that took the form of a cat and he can cook. I know it seems anticlimactic, but this is sort of where we reach the end of this part of the story. At least, the end of this chapter, I should say. Sabrina celebrates Christmas, remembers Richard again, and then some way, somehow, she's currently in hiding again, but this time from higher beings for dealing with the billionaire. And this billionaire story goes way deeper than you might think, but it's actually pretty heavily connected to Richard, or at least it would seem that way. And then there's the mention of John, a character seldom mentioned before, but has been part of the story since the beginning, and it would seem that he has tragically passed away. But who was he? Someone close apparently, but can we find out more? Not just about John, but about Sabrina as well, her species, her people, the things they can do, their limits, and the parts of the story that seem missing. Well, to answer all of that, we need to talk about Richard Williams and everything he wrote about Sabrina before his untimely passing. But I'm going to stop right here because, holy shit, we've been going 40 minutes. But trust me when I say that there's so much more. So much more left over. I highly recommend checking out Sabrina Miller's Instagram account. I may have gone through a majority of her posts, but genuinely there are quite a few hidden interactions that reveals so much more about her that it's fascinating. And of course, there are her new posts that have been exploring more of her travels as well as her campaign against the Schmidts. Who? Well, you're gonna have to stick around to find out, or again, visit her profile yourself to find out yourself. I want to remind y'all that I don't want to be part of this whole story. Don't mention my name, please. I mean it. When interacting with Sabrina, be respectful and be kind and act accordingly. This is an interactive story after all, so what we say here can potentially affect the outcome of the story. So choose your words and DMs wisely. I know that when I first streamed this over on my Twitch, she had about 700 to 800 followers, and now that number has nearly tripled, with her having 2,300 followers now. And I'm sure that's gonna grow way more after this video is published. And that's great, honestly. I'm happy for her, because at the end of the day, it's an interesting story that has so many hidden layers that just needs to be uncovered. And hopefully we can dissect this even more later in the future. But for now, I'm gonna have to leave you with this. Sabrina Miller is an interesting character who is currently on the verge of either being one of humanity's greatest contact with aliens that we've ever had, or possibly one of humanity's greatest threats. She's teetering on both saving humanity or possibly destroying it. Maybe even enslaving it. She has a lot going on for her. But there's only one person that can really answer all of those questions that we have about her, her life, her past, and everything. And thankfully, we have that man's journal. And we'll be continuing the story later on in the future. Picture this. It's the summer of 2009, late June, and suddenly the news appears.
We're getting some breaking news coming into the situation right now from about Michael Jackson, the King of Pop.
The King of Pop has died.
He's pumping his chest, but he's not responding to anything.
Michael Jackson was taken to the UCLA Medical Center approximately 2.5 hours ago.
Michael Jackson is dead. It was sudden, shocking, and for many, strange. Michael wasn't very old, and he seemed healthy. Well, healthy enough. And for many, it was just impossible to believe that a man as legendary as Michael Jackson could ever die. But his death swept the nation, and it affected so many people, for better or for worse. But a few months pass by. The media is in a frenzy. Everyone's trying to gather as much info as possible about Michael Jackson, his past, his life, his legacy, and any remaining songs he may have had that went unreleased. Then, a few months go by, and on September 3rd, 2009, someone on YouTube uploads this video titled Michael Jackson Sexy Lady, uploaded by someone named Michael Jackson 804, and this is what the video contains. This video was uploaded just 70 days after Michael Jackson's reported death, and to this day, nearly 15 years later, nobody knows where this song came from. Allegedly, it's a song sung by Michael Jackson, and man, it sure does sound like it. It's got pretty much every cadence of his, every little hint of his voice, and the pitch itself is a lot like his usual singing. Obviously, I can't show examples of his songs side by side in order to compare this song with any other MJ song, but I think most of you already know how he sings. But how is it that this song, seemingly sung by Michael himself, found its way to one lone user? Is it perhaps someone MJ knew? Maybe someone who worked on the song? Well, I highly doubt that, as the song's video seems to show a young girl who is likely the creator of this video and likely just a huge MJ fan. Yet that only brings about more questions than answers. Allegedly, this song was being circulated around through the pirating software LimeWire, which, if you don't know what that is, basically it's a media sharing client that had people upload videos, movies, and games for free by simply uploading them and having other people download them. Much like torrents, only upfront and visibly illegal. I won't lie though, I listened to all of my music through LimeWire. No fucking joke. As a kid, that's how I got pretty much all of my favorite songs and music. Why am I mentioning this? However, that doesn't mean that this is where the source of the video's audio is from, but it is mentioned on this Portuguese blog post that someone had downloaded this song via LimeWire alongside 2 other songs that were unreleased. It was speculated by this person writing the blog post that these were legit Michael Jackson songs that were leaked to the public by someone who worked close with MJ. And though this might be true of both Serious Effect and She Got It, the aforementioned leaked songs, this one song, Sexy Lady, is still still a mystery. It's a mystery mainly because the former songs were confirmed to have been leaked 2 years prior to MJ's death, while Sexy Lady came just 3 months after MJ's death. And due to the fact that there's little to no info on the song itself, like what album it's from, who the backup singers were, and the low visibility of the song in general, it remains to be unresolved. Could it be that Michael Jackson was still alive? Well, probably not. But whenever an artist like Michael Jackson passes away, many people grasp for straws as to, quote-unquote, the real whereabouts of said artist, saying they could have faked their own death and all that sort of stuff. Around this time, many theories suggested that Michael Jackson had just faked his own death and wanted to exit the limelight, even going so far as to say that this man, who goes by Dave, is allegedly Michael Jackson. Yes, seriously, there were rumors that this real burn victim was Michael Jackson, and you know something? It's almost crazy enough to believe. The dude has small idiosyncrasies that are very emblematic of Michael Jackson's, well, presence. Even his voice sounds like Michael Jackson's.
And wanted to meet me.
How old were you at the time?
I was about 7 years old at the time.
And were you in the hospital?
I was not in the hospital at the time. I was in interim back and forth from surgery.
Take away some of the more defining features such as the mouth and eyes, and it sort of does make you wonder if this was just Michael Jackson in disguise, but of course that's not the case. Dave is a real person, or I should say was a real person and a real artist, and Michael Jackson really is dead. So where could this song have come from if not him? A producer? A singer? Maybe one of his music labels quote-unquote leaked his music during this time as a way to promote a new album of his unreleased songs. That's not even really a new practice either. Many artists who have passed away have had their unreleased songs posthumously released to the public through tribute albums or something of the like. It's very common to sell remastered versions of songs or even unreleased songs after said musician dies. However, the strange thing is, while both She Got It and Serious Effect were eventually confirmed to have been performed by Michael Jackson, the same can't be said about Sexy Lady. Currently, it's unknown who wrote, produced, or even sung the song. Yeah, that's right. The person singing it is most likely not even MJ. See, lots of songs were misattributed all the time. Titles and songs and even band names were always different from the actual source whenever they're found on torrents or LimeWire or any sort of peer-to-peer kind of song sharing websites, you know. And honestly, as close as that does sound like MJ, many people have speculated it's really not him. So now we're stuck with a few questions. Where did this song come from? Who's the singer performing these songs? And if it's not Michael Jackson, was it an imposter or just someone who happened to sound like Michael that was singing this song? Let's go over the first question. Where did the song come from?
Oh, shit!
Uploaded as early as 2009, the true origin of this song remained a mystery for a long time. That is until someone else made the same inquiry into the song. User Cebu on whatsthatsong.com I don't know why that made me laugh, asked if anyone knew the name of the song, and showed a 30-second preview of Sexy Lady, only this time, something was different. The tempo of the song was slightly different, the quality was way better, and the instruments as well as the backing vocals were all different from the version of the song most people were used to. I'm going to compare the two versions right now, during 2 points of each song where it's most notably different from each other. Take a listen. Now people were more divided than before. Lots of people were now saying it sounds nothing like Michael at all, and obviously there was some confusion as to where this version of the song came from. Where did the person who originally made this post find this song? Well, that's the interesting part. If you download the actual audio provided by the person who originally made the post, you can see that within the metadata, there's more info on the song itself. According to the metadata, the artist is Michael Jackson, and the album is Frequencia Maxima Volume 18. This is a pretty huge find. This came from an actual album, somewhere other than LimeWire, a tangible source, and it also says the artist is Michael Jackson. That should be a closed case, right? This is MJ, right? Well, if it really was a song by Michael Jackson, why hasn't anyone claimed it? The other leaked songs were eventually picked up and registered by various music companies and labels he worked with, yet this one has remained unregistered to anyone. And if this really is Michael Jackson's song, why is it that the only place this was released was in a completely different country under a completely different band? We'll get back to that shortly, but first, let's talk about the album itself. Looking it up, we can easily find that this album is fully available on YouTube, and wouldn't you know it, our mystery song is right there. The description, well, it's Portuguese, but thankfully someone translated the more important parts. The description of this video, which is in Portuguese, talks about a band called Frequencia Maxima, which was started by two band members, DJ Marino and Brauilo. The band later got more members and ended up with a total of 7 members. The band appears to be releasing a lot of CDs. Could this song be made by Frequencia Maxima and released on one of those CDs? Now dissecting that, we have 3 interesting things. First is DJ Marino himself, who is the co-creator of Frequencia Maxima. His info is readily available in the description, right down to his WhatsApp number, which I won't show, and his Facebook account, which again, I won't show. Now, as far as I'm concerned, nobody has contacted Marino himself, though the comments have claimed that someone did text him and he said that he doesn't remember, but I can't find any evidence of anyone contacting Marino, so at this point it just seems like hearsay. Now, of course, I probably don't need to say this, but as a precaution, please don't harass DJ Marino. It's inevitable that someone out there is going to ask him some questions, as that might help us further the investigation, but as always, be cordial and be respectful. Thank you. DJ Marino most likely did not create or produce this song anyways, as this entire album is just a collection of his most popular music that he played during his career. Sexy Lady just happens to be one of them. Secondly, while we're on it, their entire collection, that is Frequencia Maxima's collection, is found entirely in the description via Spotify and Deezer. There are 450 songs in this entire collection and over 30 hours of audio. But it seems like not a single one of these songs happened to be Sexy Lady. Maybe the song itself is under a different name, but if it were that easy, this would have been solved ages ago. And to be frank, I'm not about to listen over 30 hours of songs just to see if Sexy Lady is there. Chances are it's probably not either. Thirdly, if this really is true, that Frequencia Maxima started sometime in the mid-90s and sold its first collection of songs in 98, then working with this time frame, we can estimate that Sexy Lady came out sometime between 98 to 2004. Why 2004? Well, digging a bit further, we can see that Frequencia Maxima had released several volumes, multiple ones a year, and thankfully using this channel called Dance du Sol, we can see that Frequencia Maxima Volume 20, the closest to Volume 18, came out in 2004. And seeing as how multiple volumes released in a year, as seen in this screenshot that shows Volumes 4 through 9 came out within the year 2000 and 2001, it can be determined that Volume 18 came out in either 2003 or 2004. So with all that said, Sexy Lady came out a few months after MJ's death, and many people claim that it was an unreleased leaked song. However, the reality is that this was made years prior to MJ's death. So no, it was not somehow made by MJ. There is no conspiracy that he's hiding and still making music to this day. He is just dead. That's so grim. No, but I mean, it's true. He's fucking dead. And it certainly is not an unreleased song, because honestly, if this was an unreleased Michael Jackson song, why would a random DJ, no offense to Marino, suddenly have his hands on a rare piece of music outside of said music's origin all the way out in Brazil? So, unless DJ Marino somehow has ties to an underground Hollywood black market leaking music to random DJs around the world, then it's highly unlikely that this song, despite sounding like Michael Jackson, is Michael Jackson, but instead someone who sounds like Michael, or perhaps, more interestingly, someone impersonating Michael. And that leads us to our last question. Who sung this song? And are they trying to pass themselves off as Michael Jackson? That is ultimately going to be the trickiest question to answer possible, because honestly, there's a ton of people who fit the bill of sounding like Michael Jackson. As unique as his voice is, during his time, Michael was an inspiration to many musicians, and I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of them took their singing style from his music. It may not be that the person singing the song is an impersonator or an imposter, but someone rather small and similar sounding to MJ. The reasons I think this is simply because it goes back to the metadata found in the audio. Whoever gave DJ Marino this audio claimed it was from Michael Jackson and successfully got away with it too, as even the DJ believes so. So now the search becomes way more nebulous, but using the process of elimination, we can at least narrow this down slightly. Okay. So, first of all, the singer of this is definitely not a major artist. It has to be someone pretty underground. Maybe someone who was more of a one-hit wonder kind of guy, but generally someone who is a bit more indie, maybe even signed under a smaller label, or never signed to anyone at all. Secondly, the artist has to be around from the late 90s to early 2000s. It's possible that they were someone from maybe earlier than that, but it's likely that if you're going to put current and popular music on your CD collection, you'd most likely use the most recent jams. It's definitely not always the case, but it's more likely to be a recent song at the time. Third, the singer must have experience in reggae music, as this song is very clearly a reggae song. It's likely that's a genre that they're more familiar with, but it's possible that they could sing outside of that. And fourth and finally, the singer has to sound like Michael Jackson in tone. Duh. With that out of the way, let's take a look at the most suspected singers to be this mysterious song's main performer. Charles and Eddie were a former duo back in the 90s, accomplishing quite a few hits, especially over in the UK. They didn't last very long, however, as in 1997, the duo split up amicably, and Charles Pettigrew sadly died of cancer in 2001. Listening to one of their songs, we can hear that Eddie Chacon has a much higher vocal range that sounds very similar to how Michael sings. Take a listen. Honestly though, it's very unlikely to be Eddie Chacon. The timeline doesn't really match up. The two, like I said, split up in 97, years before Volume 18 released, and additionally, Eddie moved on from music and began a career in photography and creative directing, only returning to music 20 years later. But who knows?
Ja, gå en liten härlig vandring här. Oh shit, Michael Jackson! Jävlar! Han moonwalkade ute i skogen! Shit!
Peter Andre is a British singer that no longer sings but has a strong vocal identity to Michael Jackson. So many of his songs has the same pitch as Michael and also have a slight accent to them. Same with the previous songs. In fact, one of his songs just straight up sounds nearly identical to Sexy Lady called Mysterious Girl.
Walking on the shore, I try to concentrate, my mind wants to explore.
Now, other than sounding exactly like MJ and having music that sounds like his, it's almost unlikely that this is the real singer, as he's a relatively well-known singer from the 90s and 2000s. Still, music like this can go unnoticed, so we'll continue looking. And look we shall, with one of the biggest motherfucking contenders as Sexy Lady singer. Okay, now I'll be real, this is more of a deep rabbit hole that I wanted to talk about just because it's so fascinating, but buckle up. Jason Malaki is a controversial singer whose voice and singing cadence has pretty much perfectly mirrored MJ's singing, so much so that people thought he was Michael Jackson back in 2007 when a song called Mamacita was uploaded by a Michael Jackson fan thinking it was a leaked song. News stations even covered this, thinking it was really an MJ leak. In reality, this song was sung by Malaki back in 2000, with producer Tony Curtis singing the hook of the song. However, instead of just being mistaken to be Michael Jackson, the true controversy lies with the fact that his vocals might have been used to impersonate MJ on purpose to sell music under his name without fans knowing. On multiple occasions even, most famously with the posthumous album Michael, which was released about 2 years after MJ's death and featured songs that were then unreleased and reworked for the new album. This is where it gets interesting though. Check it out. Apparently 3 songs in this album written by Eddie Cascio were allegedly not sung by Michael Jackson at all. In fact, for years now, fans have speculated that these 3 songs were all sung by Jason Malaki. Even the producers of this album, as well as his own family, had doubts that these 3 songs were sung by Michael. The 3 songs being Keep Your Head Up, Monster, and Breaking News. And as of 2022, these songs were claimed to be Michael Jackson songs for 12 years, until they were forcibly removed due to a recent lawsuit against the album and the claims that these weren't actually sung by Michael Jackson. Now, there's mixed reports as to whether or not Sony Music has admitted to these songs being sung by Malaki, but as far as I'm concerned, this lawsuit is still being fought as of 2024. It also doesn't help that Cascio tried re-releasing these 3 songs alongside 9 other singles by MJ that he somehow just had stored as a collector's item on a burned CD and tried selling it in an auction as an authentic recording of 12 lost Michael Jackson songs that he wrote with MJ himself. Of course, when a collector bought these and re-uploaded these songs, fans once again were skeptical and claimed that it was sung by Malaki and not Michael Jackson. Yes, he did it a fucking again. So with all that out of the way, Malaki, almost without a doubt, has had multiple instances of him purposely impersonating Michael Jackson, even despite him saying that it's not true. It's pretty obvious that he adopted MJ's singing style and has a pretty good career of just sounding and singing like him. So I mean, it could be fucking true and he's just lying to like save his skin. Now, I don't want to paint him out to be as some sort of con artist. He does have a career outside of impersonating MJ, but with so many claims of him impersonating Michael and trying to sell it off as MJ himself, then it's really hard to say if he's singing like MJ in good faith or not. The fact that a song he sung back in the year 2000 was later misidentified as a leaked song by Michael Jackson in 2000 also makes him a very strong candidate as our MJ impersonator. But when all is said and done, nobody can be truly sure just as to who sang these songs. There is a possibility that it was all sung by MJ, which I highly doubt, but there's the highly more likely chance that it was sung by an imposter. Truth is, we just might never know, and that's something we just have to accept. Nobody knows where Sexy Lady came from, and that just may be the case forever, honestly. It's just a matter of life. Well, at least the full song is available on YouTube for all to listen. So if you enjoyed the snippets that I showed you, make sure to listen to it when you can, because the real musician may never be found. Thank you everyone so very much for watching. I'll see you. Holy fucking shit, the real musician was found. So this is an addendum to the video. Literally pretty much as I was wrapping up the video itself, I happened to notice one of the links I used for the reference was different. It no longer had the original thumbnail, but this instead. Joyam, Sexy Lady, and lo and fucking behold, it's true. The singer is Joyam, a German singer who worked under Scream Media. I think that's how it's pronounced. Now, I'm gonna be real. The amount of info on both Scree Media, spelled incorrectly on their YouTube channel, by the way, and Joyum are extremely limited. They're just very obscure and questionable. That being said, when we actually observe Joyum's previous songs, we can hear that he sings much like a Michael Jackson impersonator, getting every little inflection and vibrato down as if he's trying to sound like him. Yeah, no doubt. This is our guy. The info was brought to everyone's attention when user Moises G found the audio by, get this, complete luck. Here's more info. It's a short story. I was watching the most recent videos of Awesome Animations, a small YouTube channel, where this song appeared but distorted. I liked the song, so I decided to look for the song. After searching many terms and realizing that it was a lost wave, I searched something like Sexy Lady Lost Media /song and found the result that said Joyum Sexy Lady, the Ski Music video. Then I checked that if it was true and I published it on Reddit. All of this was found on April the 1st, 2024. Now, as of right now, everyone is reportedly saying that this song, Sexy Lady, was released back in 2009. And though that may be true with the upload of the song, I can't say for certain that this song really was made in 2009. Referring back to when I mentioned Frequency and Maxima publishing their greatest hits albums back in 1997, we can see that 2004 was around the time Volume 18 released, which is the volume that had Sexy Lady in it. But remember, these two songs are actually different versions. So it could be possible that this version of the song, found in Frequency and Maxima, is just a demo version of the song, an incomplete version which Joyum could have sold before he got to Scree Media, as he was an active musician back in the 90s, as noted with his old single, this one released back in 1996. So even though these two are the same songs, both versions were made at a different time. Joyum used to even sell a demo of another song too, a CD containing that one single. So it's likely that Joyum sold his singles at parties, raves, etc. and somehow this one demo of his song found its way all the way to Brazil, where DJ Marino found himself a copy of, possibly illegitimately, as even he himself thought the singer was Michael Jackson. Either someone sold it to him and lied that it was some sort of MJ leaked underground copy, or Marino himself thought it really was a Michael Jackson song and just stumbled upon it some other way. Either way, this demo version of the song was incomplete. The 2009 version is likely a remaster version, as it contains different backing vocals from the one in Frequency and Maxima's album. These backing vocals, by the way, the singer himself, can actually be heard in another Joyum song.
That's true, baby, hold me true.
I kiss you and hold you, baby, comfort you. Make me go crazy till you want me to. So let's get down for the L-O-V-E. Baby, 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 it's you and me.
Roll it, roll it, roll it. Give it to me, baby, you're so sweet, I'm on fire. Come on, baby, shake it, shake it, shake it.
So Marino himself must have added his own producer tag in this specific version of the song, the demo that is. This version somehow made it all the way to Brazil despite originating in Germany and possibly other European nightclubs. Remember though, this is the early 2000s, around the time LimeWire, Napster, and other peer-to-peer services existed. This could have easily have been downloaded from there as opposed to the CD itself making it to Brazil. So yes, much like how Michael Jackson 804 found a misattributed song and uploaded it assuming it really was sung by MJ, DJ Marino too likely found a demo version of this song, possibly through LimeWire or Napster, and assumed it was a Michael Jackson song. Meanwhile, Joyum not once received the proper credit for this song for 20 years exactly. On the anniversary it was first misattributed, this song has now finally been identified correctly, and proper credit can now be given. Holy shit. I didn't think this video would be that long. But I hope you enjoyed. Zeppelin is the name of a channel that mysteriously popped up out of nowhere in everyone's YouTube recommended feed. Specifically this one video titled Nothing, actually. The title is completely blank, and the content itself, as you saw, is someone clad in a red robe with a black wig and white mask as they play the piano. Everything about this video is a mystery. What it could mean, why everyone had it in the recommended feed, how the title could be missing, and who exactly is this person playing the piano. Even the song itself is currently unidentified. Not much is known from this video, but from what we can gather from the 2 videos uploaded on this channel, we can assume a couple of things. Firstly, let's examine the video itself a bit closer. Notice the 1 in the background? It's flipped, actually, meaning the video itself must have been mirrored. Some people have even speculated that the video itself is actually reversed, but it doesn't seem like that's the case, even though some people pointed out the hair at the beginning seemingly being tugged, yet when it's played in reverse, it kind of seems like it's being blown forwards, but I personally don't think it is being played in reverse. Everything just seems to be correct, the playing of the piano and everything. Accounting for the fact that the video itself is mirrored, I don't really think it's been altered in any other way. One thing that does stand out though, aside from the missing title, is the fact that the video's location is set to hell in all capitals. Obviously, anyone can set their location to be set anywhere in the world, so this was likely just added to the video's mystique as a way to creep out new viewers. When it comes to info on the video, that seems to be all there is to it, aside from the one other video that's just as confusing but nowhere near as popular as the untitled video. There isn't much we can do with this info, so obviously there's only one thing to do. Wayback Machine, baby. Because this channel has existed since way back in 2020, that tells us that there's a chance this wasn't the only video uploaded, but there are in fact other videos that could have possibly been uploaded in the past, but are now deleted. Using the URL, we can find that there was in fact another video uploaded there in the past, but that's not all. The channel itself was actually called something completely different. No Feet Mailman. Without beating around the bush, these 2 bits of info are also going to lead us to dead ends. Well, sorta. This one video is literally just a song written by Butch Baby, and the title is the name of the song. However, the tail end of this title explains that this song is extended. The description claims it's not written by the uploader, and the location, instead of hell, says transgender. Going back to the name of the channel, prior to being Zeppelin, it was No Feet Mailman, and the only result of this name was found from a song made by the band Rain on Fridays. In fact, that's pretty much the only result that pops up, but this could just be misdirection on the channel's part, as they've already made a reference to an underground indie song in one of their videos, and that title might be related to said song. Though just to be safe, I emailed the band behind this song to see if they're related to the channel in any way, and unfortunately I got no response. Now, I'm not totally ruling out that this band is in no way related to this whole mystery, but this is one of the only ties that this channel has, really, at all. Though I fail to see why exactly this channel would make this video and not come out to promote, something from the band. Regardless, without any tangible threads, we're going to just have to leave this one connection alone. The next big connection I saw mentioned was about the Swiss comedian slash actor slash artist who was apparently thrown in this entire search, as she resembles many of the traits that is shown in this one video. But before we get into that, I think it's important to mention that I currently don't know how people have found her. At this point, the only mention of her connection was through a German TikToker who was also investigating this. Check him out in the description, by the way. Even if you don't speak German, TikTok auto-translates her German to English or whatever your native language is. Or you don't. I don't know. By the time you watch this, TikTok might have already been obliterated, so there's no skin off my bone. Anyways. The person who made this TikTok found the artist named Helenka, and Helenka does all sorts of things, including and not limited to experimental music videos, one of which has herself in a black wig and a sensor bar over her eyes. A black wig that looks eerily similar, if not identical, to the one seen in the Zeppelin video. The similarities don't end there though, as Helenka is also a prolific piano player, and the music she plays in this one video sounds a lot like the improvised piece shown in Zeppelin's video. Not only this, but because Helenka is someone who spends a lot of time in a theater, and I mean just taking a quick glance at her website, you can see she has several shows upcoming, even some going all the way to 2025, it's easy to assume that she can just take this footage whenever she wants at any venue she's at, which is likely a stage/theater. Combining all of this with the fact that she's a surrealist artist, it's very easy to come to the conclusion that this may in fact be Helenka, and that this is all some big project of hers. Or it could be just something she's doing for fun. The question as to why is irrelevant really, as it's all for the sake of being surreal, as she's done before. Still, without 100% confirmation, we really can't be too certain. Yet that leaves one more question that's open for interpretation. Why did so many people watch this video? Honestly, the answer to that is much more unclear, but if I were to come up with the most logical and maybe the most boring answer, I'd say it's because it's a curious video. I mean, come on. If you suddenly saw this in your recommended list, you'd click too. A video of a person with a mask and a red gown in front of a piano with literally no title attached to it. It's so odd that it tempts anyone who has any shred of curiosity. And I am willing to bet that the 1 million people or more that watched that video are all probably most likely into horror media or spooky mystery junk. At the end of the day, this video was just honestly a lucky thing that happened. It's a plan that surprisingly worked. The video is short enough for anyone to just watch, just being a couple of seconds long, and just mysterious enough to have people wanting to share it with others. It's a perfect recipe and it worked. Not only that, but from what I heard, YouTube is making a bigger push in making smaller channels more popular nowadays. And I mean, come on, tell me that isn't true. I'm sure most of us lately have noticed more and more smaller channels getting fed into our recommended feed lately. Channels that otherwise not get any attention. This new algorithm shift helps channels like Zeppelin find an unsuspecting audience out of nowhere, to grow from pretty much nothing. Nothing, of course, but a strange title, a weird thumbnail, and an odd little tune that will keep you curious for as long as this mystery is available. Who knows what'll happen? Who knows if we'll ever find out if someone is going to come out and say that they're the owner of this channel. But for now, it remains as its own entity. And honestly, I kind of hope we never figure out who did this.
Thank you for calling the Fun Dragon Wings Happy Zone. Located off of State Highway 687, just 4 miles past Jeepers Seekers Blueberry Farm, the Fun Dragon Wings Happy Zone offers a multitude of fun and events for the whole family. Enjoy a fun-filled day in the swings and on a tilt-a-whirl, or cool off on an exhilarating ride on the zoomy, splashy water slide. We have pony rides, a petting zoo, a weekly knit-your-own mittens club, and a weekend marble rolling contest for all ages. There are rides and splashies for everyone. Wow! Satiate your munchies at our dragon-themed food court. Feast on offerings such as pizza, funnel cakes, and popcorn. Or chow down on our famous dragon flame grilled burgers and hot dogs. So, come on out and join us, because the Dragon Wings Happy Zone is a roaring good time. Roar!
At the tone, please record your message.
What if I told you there was a theme park for kids that only existed in a parallel universe? Would you believe me? If you do, then get some help. You fucking psychopath, what's wrong with you? No, but seriously, get help. No, but seriously, this voicemail belongs to a non-existent place called Fun Dragon's Wings Happy Zone, that's a mouthful, located on State Highway 687 right past a blueberry farm of some sorts. Yet looking up anything relating to this one particular amusement park or whatever it is yields nothing. Nothing but this Reddit post in which this was originally posted. Submitted by BeanMan25, they allegedly found this while just randomly looking for odd numbers, inspired by the Weird Number subreddit, and then stumbled across this number. As stated before, this theme park, or whatever it is, doesn't exist anywhere. There's literally 0 results. Hell, even the location this is in is questionable. There is one 687 highway, but that's found in Ohio. What the skibbity? But there isn't any mention of a park or anything nearby. Same with Florida. State Road 687 sure exists, and that doesn't have anything. And also, Interstate 687 was something that could have existed, but doesn't exist right now. It was a proposed highway that just doesn't exist. It never was completed or even started. Even the Blueberry Farm, which could be either Jeepers Creepers, Blueberry Farm, Jeepers Creekers, or Jeepers Seekers, it's hard to kind of hear it, mostly Jeepers Seekers, it doesn't exist. Just to make things extra sure, by the way, I tried looking up if Jeepers Creepers, the movie franchise that is, has a reference to a blueberry farm or something, and there was none. Even the newest reboot film had no reference to a farm, though I genuinely was kind of like geeking out for a second when I was watching the movie and they were in a farm, and I was just like, oh, holy shit, they're gonna say this is the Jeepers Creepers farms, isn't it? Oh my god. No. I just like wasted time watching this movie. It's terrible. It's awful. Don't watch it. It's a reboot. It's awful. Seriously, don't watch it. Listen, I'll give you major spoilers right now about this fucking mini mystery that I got going on with you. There is pretty much nothing we can talk about when it comes to Fun Dragon Happy Wing Zone. It is genuinely an enigma. There is nothing in this reality that is attached to this non-existent amusement park. So while we can't figure out what the origins of this number is, nor what the deal is with this place, we can at the very least analyze the finer details, starting with the number itself. Right off the bat, there's just nothing special about the number itself. In fact, just as I was recording these lines, I tried calling the number again, and now there's kind of nothing there anymore. The Fun Dragon Happy Wing Zone voicemail now leads to nothing. Even though I did call it in the past on stream and I did get that same voicemail, literally nothing shows up now. That's interesting to me because that kind of indicates that someone owned this number and knew about its rise on some forum somewhere online. No doubt multiple people had called this number and maybe even left some voicemails, but because it had some smidgen of attention, and because this person or maybe company didn't want people finding out about their secret number, they decided to remove the number entirely. Allegedly, if you press star during the automatic message, it brought you to a part of the call where you're supposed to enter a PIN. And when you put the PIN 7627, which spells out roar, you'd have been told your voicemail count has been disabled. Please contact your system administrator. Thank you for using the message service. Goodbye. This could indicate that the PIN is an administrator PIN, a really badly hidden one, belonging to whoever owns this number. The person who tried this said that they were told that the account is disabled now, and when someone else tried using the PIN again, it just didn't work. Further emphasizing that someone out there, as in the owner of the number itself, knows that people found it, which could explain why the number doesn't work anymore. This number, by the way, is generic. Anyone can just buy this number for advertising or anything, like right now. I don't think it's being used for anything. It doesn't seem to be in service anyways, though it does allegedly have a history of being linked to an old Petco number, and apparently the number has existed since around 1997, which doesn't really tell us much other than what I already confirmed, just a number that you can buy for whatever purposes. But that just confused me even more. Why buy a number if you're not going to advertise anything? I mean, just listen to the message again. There's pretty much no mention of anything, really. No schedule, opening dates, closing times, customer support, and the activities? A weekly make your own mittens club, a petting zoo, a pony rides. Speaking of rides, the only rides that they had were a tilt-a-whirl and a water slide. That's about it. Oh yeah, and a weekend marble rolling contest. What the skibbity? This leads me to believe, in my personal opinion, that either this belongs to an ARG that was found prematurely, though that's unlikely and I'll explain why in a bit, or this is just an Easter egg to a yet-to-be-released project. Now, these aren't mutually exclusive to each other. It's possible that it can be both, but an ARG to some online horror series, I somewhat doubt that. Mainly because, well, it just sort of seems random, and I'd figure people who'd found this would have honestly uploaded their series by now, but there's no connection to anything as far as I know. Now more than ever, ARGs and analog horrors with ARGs in them are at an all-time high, and integrating fake numbers into your stories is a somewhat common trope nowadays. It wouldn't shock me that it would belong to an online horror series, but I think it's safe to assume it's not. The fact that it was removed even convinces me of that, because why go through the trouble of buying a phone number to use for your online horror and then take it down when people find it? It's a lot of trouble, which leads me to believe this is a secret that nobody should have found, leading to my second theory of this belonging as some sort of Easter egg for a piece of media, like say a video game or a movie. It's likely production isn't complete for this project and people found it, which would have jeopardized said project's existence. It's a long shot, I'll admit, and it's based solely on an assumption, but honestly, assumptions is all we have. Do I have to say it again? There's nothing here. Nothing but possibly a glimpse into a reality not of our own. A place where perhaps there was a dragon-based theme park for all ages. In a place that doesn't exist, but currently exists there. All the way over there, where we can't see them, but they can see us. Starting off with an update from my last Mini Mysteries video, Zeppelin, a mysterious channel that was recommended to over 2 million viewers, has now received a strange update. Well, 2 strange updates. The first being that the bear video, featuring, well, a dancing person with a bear head on, has now disappeared. Either it was privated or deleted entirely. The reason for this is completely unknown at this time, but something did pop up that was far more interesting. Lately, there have been reports that random people in the comments section of the original Zeppelin video have been messaged by another channel called Zeppelin HLN, and the reply they receive is a link to a new video on a new channel. Check it out. A new Zeppelin video, uploaded on a new channel. This video is titled Family. It features the piano-playing masked figure alongside another person who is wearing the exact same mask as them. To the left, a teddy bear with its head decapitated and slowly lifted up by the masked person on the right. Again, there isn't any context to this video at all, though it seems to have a far shorter reach than the previous one, as currently, while I was writing the script, this video only has about 170 viewers, though that might change depending on the interest of the video right now. Be nice in the comments, okay? Now, there's not much to interpret here, but I'll go through every strange little factoid about this channel just for y'all. Starting with the video itself. While not much can be said about the content within this video, it can be interpreted that Zeppelin is trying to make a weird statement about their last video featuring the teddy bear character who seemingly died at the end of that video, at least from what it looked like when you watch it. Yes, thankfully I still have the footage of that video so we can see it right here. The end of that video has the teddy bear person falling to the ground after a chaotic melody of random notes were bashed on a piano. Now we see that same head just without a body. It's almost as if the family, quote unquote, are telling the audience that this bear has been killed, likely by the piano playing person. This might indicate that the red figure is likely the matriarch or patriarch of the family. This other person might represent the child, as they're the only one who's quote unquote playing with the bear. Yeah, I don't know, I mean, it makes sense to me. You can disagree if you want. But moving on from that video, let's examine a few details of the channel as well. Z and N is what the channel is called on the surface, but the username that YouTube has on this channel is, like I said, ZeppelinHLN. I genuinely do not know what this could mean, so if y'all got any ideas, please leave it in the comments down below. Oh, look at that! This video also takes place in hell. Oh, that's quirky. The banner on this channel is just someone's irritated eye. I mean, I don't know what else to say to that. The profile pic, however, is a bit more interesting as it shows a window. And when reverse searched, you get this channel, yes, but the word lead next to it instead of Zeppelin. Lead, Zeppelin? Yeah. Probably an inside joke for the channel owners, as I'm assuming that's just the name of the image file itself. So that kind of brings up some questions though. Is this channel like a parody of Led Zeppelin? Like, is it saying that this masked figure is Robert Plant? Like, come on now. I would hope that's not the case. Genuinely, that kind of pissed me off if it was, but shit, I don't know. Hopefully more info on this channel will be brought to light. And if enough interest is shown, I'll do a much deeper dive in the future, but for now, I won't be doing a sort of drip feeding thing as I'm doing right now with you on every single thing that comes out. I'm just doing it now because I'd figure some people would like to know more about this Zeppelin thing, and I'd figure some people would like to know that this is currently an ongoing series that might have a bit more meat to it than initially thought. And hey, you might like what's coming out next. Who knows? Stay tuned. When it comes to religious Christian channels, none have confused me more than this one called Think Heaven, featuring an odd-looking man named Danny Heatherton wearing makeup and I think a blonde wig? I don't really know. And it's only confusing because honestly, it's kind of normal. Well, okay, normal's a bit too generous to say. Their presentation is unnerving in every way. The intense focus he has on the camera is just really bizarre, and his yellowish skin makes him look somewhat unhealthy. The makeup is a bit strange, a little too eccentric for the context of what he's saying, which is just Bible verses, prayers, and just general religious scripture, and the locations he films at are so random. It's pretty much never in a room or anything. So, I mean, sometimes it is, but it's usually somewhere odd, like a parking lot or a gas station or outside of an apartment or inside the apartment in the hallway or outside someone's house. It's never really consistent. Everything combined together, the makeup, the locations, and the constant staring and the way this man talks.
Singer Jimmy Buffett has recently died. Did you know that he sang songs that actually ridiculed the good Lord Jesus? Jesus himself said, "If ye be ashamed of me, I will be ashamed of you before my Father in heaven." He may be in hell. Let us be wise and not make the same mistake as Jimmy made. Let us treat the name of the good Lord Jesus with awe and a holy reverence and respect if we want to get to heaven. After all, he is the only one that can save our soul from hellfire and give us a blessed hope and assurance of a home in heaven someday.
Weird. Now, usually in mini mysteries, I like to take a look at weird stuff that really have no clear answer, but the only mystery about this particular channel is just who Danny Heatherton is, because I'm genuinely fascinated by this person who has pretty much nothing going on in their life aside from having Jesus in their heart and nothing more. And maybe that's just how he'd respond, but the makeup? Even Danny seems a bit reluctant to answer that. Here's a long comment thread on that topic itself. First time I've listened to you. You have a very good message. You are accurate in what you say, and I agree with you. Just one question. Why do you put paint on your face? Danny replies, to enhance my appearance. As men, we are not to impersonate or appear as women. God forbids this in the Holy Bible, as it is a sin. As one example, please read 1 Corinthians 6:9-10. To which Danny responds, I am not trying to look like a woman. What's wrong with wanting to be a beautiful boy? Then that same person responded with, then do not wear makeup to look like one. Search the scriptures and pray to God for understanding and obey his word. Danny replies with, I fully understand what you're saying, but there's a reason why I do it. Actually, it would be kind of nice if I didn't have to. And like Mark Knopfler saying, yeah buddy, that's his own hair. The real question is, what's wrong with being a boy yet wanting to look beautiful? This is what's happening here. In addition, there are girls out there that dig my look and are complimenting me. No kidding. God made me a beautiful boy. All I'm doing is essentially expanding the beauty that he bestowed upon me. Honestly, it seems a little amusing that the way that Danny talks about his makeup is very defensive, and honestly, I do agree with him. Genuinely, if you want to look beautiful, if you want to look good, and you want to put makeup on yourself, no matter if you're a boy or a girl or anything else in between, you can totally rock that. You will look super good if you know how to put it on correctly. Hey, if you want to experiment too, you totally can. But I think what's fascinating about Danny is that he is a Bible-thumping dude who really is a God-fearing Christian down to the T and gives this sort of sermon on his own channel, and yet the people he's giving that sermon to don't really like him. They see him as a visage of sin because of the makeup that he wears. Ironically, he's also one to judge others for not praying hard enough, such as that one video he made on Marilyn Monroe, who famously said that she did not like the idea of Jesus and stated that she might be burning in hell, or the Jimmy Buffett one that I just showed you, in which he's saying that Jimmy Buffett is most likely burning in hell. And I just think that's very, very vitriol to think from someone who wears makeup and gets a lot of hate from his own congregation. Honestly, I might be a bit biased because personally I've always found people who've quote-unquote found Jesus to be interesting people. It's always fascinating to me how people drastically change themselves in the name of the Lord, yet there's always those cracks in those people that appear more visible than their prayers and preaching. Not to dig too deep into Danny's past, for example, but I found this photo of him from back in 2019. The only known photo evidence of him without makeup, and it makes me wonder, how did Danny go from this to this? And I mean, I'm not one to judge someone by their appearance, let alone makeup usage, but it goes back to what I mean. When people find Jesus and go through that phase in their life where they absorb themselves in Holy Scripture, I always see a drastic change in them, their personality, their appearance, their manner of speech even, etc., etc. I mean, not to dogpile on religious dogma at all. I mean, it's totally fine if you find yourself in a religion and it helps you out tremendously. And that is definitely the case for Danny, as he explains in one of the comments that he was at one point an abuser of alcohol, a drunkard as he likes to say to himself, and he's recovering from his alcoholism through the teachings of God. So there is positives to that. As long as you don't harass people or hate people just because you believe in something different and they should believe in you, well, I'm totally fine with whoever you find to help you out. Otherwise, you're a douche, and while I don't agree with everything, I'm only interested really in his latest shorts, which just have a lot of that staring that I keep mentioning. Now, I want to really emphasize this real quick. I trust you guys, but I feel like it needs to be reiterated nonetheless. please don't harass Danny at all. Who Danny is and why they present gospel the way he does will most likely remain a mystery, and that's fine with me. Sometimes there are just channels I find fascinating, and in no way does that mean I want to ridicule, lambaste, or humiliate. I just sometimes go through certain corners of the internet that I'd like to share with you all. Just make sure to behave when you find those corners with me.
So the bottom line is this: if your hope is not placed in Christ Jesus, then you are like a man who built his home upon sinking sands, and one day the whole thing just crumbled.
It seems like nowadays there is a far greater interest in lost songs than ever before, and that probably has a lot to do with the fact that so many songs this year alone have been found after years of being lost or having such a high interest in them. Or maybe I'm just hyper aware due to my coverage of some lost songs in the past year or so. I don't really know. But what I do know is that sometimes there are some songs that are so fascinating that I honestly can't help but cover them. This is one of those songs, My Wandering Fire, or translated more literally, My Will-O-Wisp, though universally people have been referring to the song as Wandering Fire, so I'll stick to that instead. It's a song that was released sometime in the 90s, judging by both the music video's quality as well as the song being mentioned online around 1999 on Usenet, a now defunct online forum. A Russian user asked the name of the song and even used an excerpt from what he remembered. Unfortunately, nobody answered his question, and yet that doesn't necessarily mean nobody else was interested, as this question popped up again on the popular Russian social media website VK, where someone else asked if anyone had heard of this song, this time with video evidence of not only the song existing, but a music video, and one of high budget it seemed. Take a look. That is currently the only known recording of this song we have so far, both the music video and the music itself. The full lyrics are available, but we'll get to that detail in a moment. But first, let's focus on a major piece of detail that has led us to quite a few major clues. I'm using that word major a lot, and I'm starting to realize that I suck at writing scripts again. The first detail is that of the network's logo, NBN, a channel located in St. Petersburg, and was widely broadcasted in that centralized area. The number 22 is actually indicative of its old name, Channel 22, but around the end of 1996 and towards the beginning of 1997, the channel was changing its brand to NBN. So because both these logos show up simultaneously, we can isolate that this song, along with this video, was made around this time period of 1996 to 1997, maybe even slightly before. And though this helps isolate the time period in which this song was produced, it still doesn't give us the actual song itself. And though the conversation continued within the online community of Russia, not much info was released. Interestingly though, many people do remember seeing the music video, and others made it a whole ass creepypasta saying that it's a cursed song that made some people vomit and convulse in shock when watching it. Honestly, I like that. No matter where in the world you are, people just make up shit just to be creepy. And I don't know why, but to me, that's sort of wholesome. People just universally like creepy shit, even if there's nothing creepy about anything, and they just love lying. That's just a universal truth. All that aside, however, some people did identify the music video taking place somewhere within St. Petersburg, noting the architecture and structures, yet unfortunately, not much else was found or discovered. That is until newfound interest spurred the nation and the internet as a whole when a new user named Anon0122 re-uploaded the original video on YouTube. This reignited the search once again and gave rise to new theories and new investigators as well. Someone even ended up doing a bit more research and dug up who wrote the song as well as who the composer was, thanks to the Russian Author Society. The composer was Viktor Segal, and the lyricist was Viktor Ivanov Dolgusha, with Dolgusha actually publishing the lyrics online sometime in 2010 in its entirety. And yet, even with this massive info dump with renewed interest, knowing fully well who wrote and composed the songs, we still don't know anything about the song. Well, it's not necessarily that, we just don't have the song at all. We haven't found the full song anywhere, not even the music video. This is the best we've gotten so far. There was a promising lead where a woman by the name of Irina Kudryavina, I really hope I'm saying these names right, made a YouTube account and claimed to have been the original singer of the song, even giving details as to where the music video was shot. However, the claims she was making were vague. For example, anyone could have just named parts of the city this was filmed in and called it new info, and someone like that might have even been right. Anyone familiar with St. Petersburg could have easily pointed out some of the locales, randomly even, and could have been right. Yet despite the vague info, people were still willing to give her a chance and asked her to contact one of the main investigators behind the search. To this, she refused. Not only did she refuse, she flat out declined to give us more info, and just a few hours later, the channel was deleted, and everyone agreed that it was likely just a hoax. And so, the info sort of stopped there. But the search has hardly concluded. From what I understand right now, there is a ton of Russian online users who are active on both Discord and Telegram trying to find more info on this mysterious song. It has actually captured the interest of thousands of people, surprisingly enough, both within Russia and internationally. What I've just given you is just the tip of the iceberg. There is currently a massive list of leads and contacts available on a Google spreadsheet that gives us people who are promising enough to reach out to and see if they have more info. But as it stands now, despite having so much info, despite having the name of the song, the lyricist, who wrote it, the composer, possibly the singer, and as well as like over 130 contacts available on a Google spreadsheet, going from people who own the company to producers to network execs to actors, the search is nowhere near finished. What I've given you is all we've got. How is it that a song that was not only heard by hundreds of Russian citizens, but also seen by thousands of people living in St. Petersburg, never got recorded nor properly distributed? Why is this the only recording we have of this song, and why do I get creeped out by this? You know, sometimes it feels like the things I cover don't really exist. I know, it sounds super crazy. I totally own up to that. But it's just so weird how the only things we have left are remnants from the past, and yet we know so many people who've worked on it, so many people who've witnessed it, watched the music video, listened to the song itself, yet we are nowhere near closer to finding this song than we were just over 25 years ago, when one lone online user asked the rest of the internet if they know this one song. Imagine that. A song that's stuck in your head for so long, and yet no one knows what you're talking about. Some people know, but nobody has the answer. It would almost drive some people mad. Brightreach CH is a Japanese channel mostly featuring just one video over and over again, hundreds of times over, and has only existed for 2 weeks, yet the interest in this channel came to me from a user on Reddit, and well, who am I to deny someone answers when they demand it from me on reddit.com? Unfortunately, I can't rightly say I've got really any answers at all. From what I can gather, this is the uploader of the channel, and his name is likely Hirao, as titled from this video. The odd videos that stick out from this page, aside from the one I mentioned, are 3 videos titled Blob. They have absolutely no reason to exist and only show a part of Hirao, his full face, and something indiscernible. The other two videos that are, I suppose, noteworthy is one video that shows a screen recording of apparently a work list and probably some bills Hirao owes, as well as another video called System Admin 1. It is yet another video of trees, but a different set of trees. There is literally no other info that can be found about this video aside from what was just shown. And to be honest, it could just be a channel that's used to test footage for something. I'm not sure. Lots of videos like these exist on YouTube, however, where people just test out footage or test out a certain thing with the same video over and over again. It's a common occurrence, and genuinely, as weird as this video is, I'd say it's mostly harmless. I mean, I probably wouldn't put sensitive info online like that, but hey, whatever. It's also probably worth noting that Bright Reach is an insurance company for pretty much everything, like someone who's lost their job, or health insurance, homeowners insurance, etc., etc. They pretty much are a very mundane channel slash business, I suppose, that has just some weird uploads on YouTube. I personally wouldn't think too deeply about this, honestly. This whole channel was more or less an introduction to another weird channel called Wow. No, but seriously, this channel is, from what I've gathered, yet another Japanese YouTube channel that's very similar to Bright Reach, only instead of a video of nature and trees and a sun, it's just a drawing of a little creature. It's only ever 2 frames and nothing more than that. And to be honest, I'm not sure why this channel exists. It's about 1,000 videos of the same exact thing mixed with some real life footage of someone filming the floor, with occasional shots of their feet or fingers. And I can only assume this was made by a kid, someone who just had a lot of time in their hands, or was just curious to see how many videos they could upload at the same time. This channel is 13 years old though, so whoever made this is most likely not a kid anymore. But the reason this exists will probably remain unanswered, along with Bright Reach. Those are just 2 Japanese channels that just happen to have the same sort of method, just uploading the exact same video over and over again, little to no answers, and we'll probably never receive more answers than just why they exist, and honestly, we don't even know why they exist. The thing is though, channels like this aren't rare. These videos are pretty common, but without explanation, they always appear way weirder than they intend to be. Oftentimes, these kinds of channels don't really pique my interest, but because you guys wanted me to talk about them, I went ahead and did. I wish I could give you more, but admittedly, it is just weird that they just exist sometimes. But sometimes a channel doesn't need an answer. Sometimes they're just there for our entertainment or our curiosity. They don't need more than that. There exists an account on Google Maps that has some of the weirdest reviews out there. Now, for context, Google Maps allows pretty much anyone to make a review of any venue they've been to. This ranges from restaurants to parks to any business, honestly. Yes, even the kinky ones. Fuck yeah. And you can even upload photos of the business itself, or the service, or whatever you want, really. But this one account has got to have some of the weirdest fucking reviews I've ever seen. The account is from Ricky Cauldron, and on the surface everything seems perfectly normal. His reviews mostly focus on fast food chains and bars, and on the occasion a mall or two, and sometimes there's an odd one here or there, but the way his reviews are made seem far more robotic. Not in the sense of the comments he's made, they all seem pretty generic and Google allows you to answer this way if you want. No, what I'm referring to is the picture themselves. Take a look. Almost every review Ricky has ever done includes a photo of some random part of the venue he's currently at, plus a poorly added image of a woman's forehead, very likely of someone who's not even there. In fact, it might even be of a person who's not even real at all. I mean, sure, it seems like some of them are, yes, but then you have weird ones like this, which seem like they came straight out of Second Life. And this one, I'm like 90% sure that's Chun-Li's face, like seriously. In fact, hold up, wait, hang on, wait a minute. That is straight up Josie's hair from Tekken 7. Wait, what? So hang on, that just proves some of the faces aren't real people. They're likely taken from a video game character, as well as the hair, but some of them are real people. So how come some of them aren't? It's truly bizarre, and I even looked up like if there's an app that makes a randomized face that shows up every photo you take, maybe. Like, what, do you even look up for that? Like, even if I did find an app like that, why would you put photos like that in Google reviews? I think it's also worth mentioning that these photos are often taken and uploaded alongside his Hooters reviews, so there could be some possibility of this being a fetish for Ricky. A forehead fetish, sure, maybe, but hey, I ain't gonna kink shame. Well, actually, yes, I will, because if you're doing this in a public forum, as easily accessible as Google reviews, that's to assume that this is even a kink, then, well, that's kind of really fucking gross. But for all we know, this could just be I mean, honestly, I don't even know what this could be. Genuinely, just really confuses me as to why someone would do this. Someone on the Goose Boose subreddit actually suggested it could have been some sort of AI learning tool, a kind of machine learning thing that's automating reviews and photos in order for the restaurants to gain more traction on other social media, such as Instagram, for ads. That doesn't really explain the half faces or the generated faces, but as Dreamspitter explained so eloquently, by the way, this might be a result of a failure on behalf of the so-called bot. Dreamspitter actually wrote a pretty damn good summary of what could be going on, so I'll be reading this post verbatim. Okay, looking a little deeper, he seems to be around Miami and more of Florida, but he has been to Chicago. Now, interestingly, one of his reviews is for a Hooters in Florida, but he posted in the picture of the half-face woman, and she says, "Next time I'm back in the Chi." Chi-Town is a nickname for Chicago. I first learned that from Goose Island Beer. It's Chi Time. This automated bot program only makes 5-star reviews, and it only goes to Hooters and Twin Peaks. Exceptions are a barbershop, a grocery store, and a McDonald's, and a few others. Most of these are what people call restaurants. I've only been to Tilted Kilt for a graduation party. Now, the reason why it only posts half faces is revealed in a single photo. It shows the half face on top and a menu in the photo below. It's supposed to be taking menu photos and dropping a pretty girl's face in the shop. Most of the time though, it fails. I think it only actually worked once. In each image, the picture is intended to be a reviewer, but they're all different. I believe the text in these reviews is also AI generated, and you can tell. The recommendations in restaurant reviews are slightly off. To put it simply, it's very likely that this was all done by a bot, all of the reviews and the pictures, but as to the purpose is really hard to say. It could be farming good ratings for these locations, help prop these locations up and make them seem better and more lively than the location really is. I mean, we can see that these reviews have gotten the attention of over 1 million people, and likely it was just at a glance. Most people, when looking up places to eat, see the review, in this case, how many stars are attached to the delicatessen, and then close the app. It doesn't even matter if the photos this account posts are creepy, chances are nobody really cares. It's also learning how to write better reviews in the future, to then be used to farm good ratings. Either way, it's just weird. Be it for some odd fetish or to farm engagement, it's strange knowing that someone or something is out there just posting reviews and photos of fake people in them. Whatever the case may be, I think it's just unsettling to know that we've been seeing the rise of AI taking over everything, and nowadays, more than ever before, we question what's real and what's not. Sometimes it's glaringly obvious, but others, at a quick glance, seem completely mundane and blend in so well, too well, to the point where someday we'll just stop caring about what's fake or not. We just consume, we absorb, and we stop questioning. Horror content online is growing at an alarming rate, and it is a wonderful time to love horror and watch spooky stuff on YouTube or whatever website, TikTok, whatever you want, really. Everybody's getting into it. But I always find it funny that the scariest content that we can possibly have for people are often the ones that are innocuous and not really made for horror at all. Sometimes they can have an innocent purpose behind them, something that they otherwise thought would be good for certain kinds of people, but for others it's downright terrifying. And there's one channel that fits that bill more than anything I've ever seen, and I can't believe I'm saying this, but there's a certain kind of kids content that exists right now that scares me more than any horror series that I've seen pretty much this entire year, and it sucks. There's this channel called the Pentamax that on first glance looks pretty innocent enough, right? It's kids content made for, well, kids, and it's supposedly like just a bunch of videos that show railroad crossing signs with interesting sounds or weird designs that should engage the brains of 2-year-old kids that don't know anything about, I don't know, politics. When you actually watch the videos, they're not great, actually. Why the fuck is this so scary? This is actually genuinely unnerving, and this is, yes, I'm not even kidding, made for YouTube kids. Now we can see with the Pentamax that their entire channel wasn't always like this. They kind of always had some sort of, well, I guess genuine vibe behind their entire channel. They did show real footage of railroad signs, and maybe they were trying to show their interest in trains or railways or something like that to kids. And you know, these are very relaxing videos when you actually watch them. They're not really that, I don't know, scary. Honestly, they're just innocent videos of signs in Japan, and it's nice, it's calming. Except for the fact that somewhere in the mid-2020s, he just completely changed focus and just wanted to scare the fucking shit out of anyone that saw their content. It's nightmare fuel. Why is this a thing? Now, the Pentamax is somewhat of a mystery. It is a Japanese channel that started sometime 11 years ago, and from the description of the channel, it seems to be just someone who's very interested in locomotives and such, that happen to have come across these kinds of signs and interesting railroads with their family as they traveled across Japan and all that stuff. And while, like I said, the older videos were a lot more calming, as you can see here, you know, it's nice, it's cute, it's something that you can definitely show a kid. And it's like, it reminds me of those old commercials back in the 2000s when you remember that commercial where they try to sell kids into like getting into trains and stuff, and there were like these big exciting commercials with big fonts, and they were like, watch these trains, watch that train, look at this kid enjoy that fucking train, dumbass, stupid motherfucker. There was like sort of like a paradigm shift with this channel somewhere, I don't know, 5 to 4 years ago, where it just suddenly shifted gears into like, yes, it was showing real life like railroad signs and stuff, but then it started having like quirky effects like lasers shooting out and like, you know, weird visual things happening that were more, I guess, stimulating for kids is probably what they thought. But then they just straight up went to like nightmare stuff. Like, look at this shit. Why? This is like straight up psychedelic. It actually reminds me of this cool animator named Syriac who does some crazy wacky animations that are really well done and super cerebral. He used to actually have these animations up on Adult Swim's bumpers, and they were extremely crazy to look at, and I'm sure many of you are familiar with this stuff if you're familiar with Adult Swim, or really if you're just into internet culture as a whole, as I think his stuff has been seen by millions of people by now. Okay, wait, I just looked it up. He has a video that has over 158 million views. Like, a lot of his videos are above 50 million views. That's nuts. I actually didn't know his videos were viewed that many times, but it makes sense. They're addicting to watch, as are, I guess, in some morbid way, these Pentamax videos, as they also have about 60 million views too. Now granted, some of these are the calming, less crazy ones that also have a lot more views, but this channel does not fail to get like over 1 million per video. I know maybe it's kind of silly to say, but on a more like serious note, it makes me kind of wonder how this kind of develops a child's growing brain. Like, genuinely, brain rot is somewhat of a hot topic nowadays, with people speaking out about how like this sort of shit like can really ruin how you learn and how you socialize with people, with stuff like TikTok and YouTube Shorts being far more watched than normal content on YouTube usually is. It makes you kind of worry that kids aren't really learning or maybe even developing the right way with the kind of stuff that they watch, if this is the kind of stuff that they watch. Kind of reminds me how, like, when I was a kid, I used to watch pretty calming stuff on Nickelodeon or Cartoon Network. Not really stuff like Tom and Jerry, mind you. I'm just talking about, like, I don't know, like Macy, you know, that little cute rat that just like played and just like had sound effects. It was just cute. Or like Oswald, or just like any sort of like preschooler shows from back then. I'm not saying all of them are great. No, not at all. Some of them were definitely slop and were terrible. But there were just many moments where I remember being calm watching some of these shows and just having a moment of silence and just enjoying the environment that these shows had. And now it just seems like this is the norm. But it makes me wonder how much people actually like it, though. I remember 2 years ago I covered this one channel that had just a bunch of Samsung balls repeated over and over again with some filters here and there overlaid, and they weren't really that special, but I had many people email me and tell me that this is something that neurodivergent people watch, or young kids who have autism. I still get emails to this day talking about these Samsung balls and how people's little cousins watch those kinds of videos just because it's engaging to them. Now, I'm not going to sit here and say that I completely understand how that's engaging for certain people, but I'm sure for a lot of people, they see something like this and they're fascinated. And I'm not gonna lie, it is very interesting and very fascinating to watch, but sometimes I also question if this really is done with a good intent in mind. Because, well, keep in mind, kids content is usually the moneymaker for a lot of these kind of scummier channels that just sort of content farm this sort of stuff for any child to watch, you know, on their auto playlist and junk. And it might be a little bit more leaning on wanting to gain as much engagement as possible than it is about, I don't know, stimulating kids, because honestly, some of this is overstimulating even for me. Like, there's so much noise, so much color, so many edits, so many like scary imagery. There's skulls in some of these, okay? Like, I don't see how that's engaging. I think some kids would be terrified by this. Hell, I'll be real, I would have been terrified by this. I mean, I'll acknowledge this every single time that I can. I was kind of a pussy when I was a kid. I was really scared of a lot of things, which is why I love horror to this day, because I cherish the feeling of horror and fear in my heart that I still have. And when I see stuff like this and I think back to myself as a kid, yeah, maybe it was a different environment, maybe it was a different time, but this is not the sort of things I would be watching. More so than that, I'm also fascinated by the idea that somehow, some way, someone is making these videos just for the sake of maybe getting some engagement from kids, or anyone really. And these videos clearly take quite a lot of effort. I mean, the last one that was made was about 3 months ago, and before that was like 7 or 6 months ago. It was pretty far off. So it's not like this is a content farm. This guy is actually making stuff that he feels is engaging enough for, I guess, kids. Although now that I've looked at some of these videos, not all of them have the kids content label. So has this person moved on? Is it possible for kids to watch this sort of content even without the kids label? I'm not sure if there's like a policy update on that, but for some reason, people keep moving back to these videos. It likely has to do with a bunch of the buzzwords and the keywords that are used in the title and the thumbnails and just like word of mouth, honestly. But I wouldn't doubt if a lot of these are still being watched by kids, not just adults. I mean, I found this on Twitter. I wouldn't be surprised if the general audience watching this now is just adults who are morbidly curious by the strange edits, even though they can be kind of a lot. But hey, credit where credit is due. As a fan of horror, this is very well done and very spooky and weird. And I guess there is an audience for this, because if you look at the comments, there's a lot of people from all over speaking different languages and requesting different countries to be featured. I guess their railroad signs are that interesting that they want them to be featured. I guess people really like this stuff, but it's just still weird. It's strange, and I'm sorry I'm not adding much to the conversation, but this is just that. Weird, strange, off-putting, and kind of scary. I've said it before and I'll say it again, now more than ever it is a good time to get into online horror, because the wide variety of horror series that exist right now is really amazing. Pretty much anyone can find something that they would like personally, and there's no short quantity of it, whether it be something a little bit more wholesome, something a bit darker, maybe a few backroom series here and there. For me personally, I've gravitated towards this one horror series that was made by Mr. Smile because it made me feel something that I haven't felt in a long time when it came to online horror, which was very uncomfortable. Now granted, you can execute that sort of feeling in a number of different ways, and the more popular, or rather I should say the more infamous way, is through the artist, aka Urban Spooks' series, which is much more hardcore and a lot more graphic and a lot more controversial. Yet I still maintain the idea that if you're going to tell a shocking story, be it good or bad, you're allowed to. But if you're looking for something a little bit more subtle and something a little bit less graphic, then look no further than the channel of Mr. Friend, who at first glance I'm pretty sure most of you are familiar with, because he makes some pretty good, and I mean really good, megalophobic videos. A lot of his stuff you'll see on TikTok or maybe even on YouTube Shorts that deal with a lot of phobias, and they're all animated and they're incredibly well done and super unnerving. They're genuinely a treat to watch, and I highly recommend watching his channel or going to his TikTok, and all those links will be down in the description below. But the series that I wanted to focus on, as amazing as his shorts are the animated videos that he made that are more animated, like as if they were stop motion videos. You know, those classic ones that you'd see, you know, the ones that pop up around like Christmas time, you know, the one that has like Rudolph and, you know, Jack Frost and shit like that. Looks a lot like that, but has such a darker tone. The lighting is always a little bit darker than those series, and the colors that are chosen are very mute and drab. Not in a negative way, absolutely not. It's intentionally done that way to give off this sort of air of eeriness, like a false sense of security that you would be feeling watching this very cutely animated thing, but then suddenly some things go wrong. Things that are a little graphic, but in many ways very well done. I will warn you that these topics in the 3 following shorts that I will be talking about are heavily focused on child abuse and kidnapping, as well as some graphic imagery here and there. So if you're not comfortable with that kind of imagery, I would advise perhaps watching this for yourself and judging it. And honestly, I would advise that for anyone. If you haven't seen these or you're not familiar with Mr. Friend's animations, please go down to the link below, watch these animated series. They're absolutely fantastic. Seriously, I highly recommend them. But if you already watched them, let's go ahead and take a look at all 3 of these videos one by one, and I'll explain to you why I really like these over other more shocking animated horror series that I've seen. One thing I should note is that the animation style seems very heavily inspired by The Kid and the Camera, a well-known, very famous horror short film about a boy and, well, his camera. And man, if you haven't seen that one, I mean, I don't know what else I can add to it. It is fantastic. Everything, the whole topic, the symbolism, the story, the narrative, the way it's paced, goodness gracious, it is one of my, if not my absolute favorite short horror film on YouTube right now. It is a wonderful watch, and it is incredibly uncomfortable and deals with pretty much the similar topics as the ones that Mr. Friend animates. So if you haven't watched that one, oh my god, please go ahead. But I always wondered if these shorts are inspired by that animation style, as that one did come out first and it's very, very similar, or if it's more heavily inspired by the Christmas stuff that I mentioned beforehand. I mean, either way, both of these definitely took their inspiration from that same source, but anyways, I just love these, so watch them. The first video is called Bad Boy Oliver, and it features a, well, kid named Oliver ready to visit his aunt and uncle. And one thing I really love is the attention to detail to the bus, which is all dingy and dirty, grimy. Really contrast the design of Oliver, who is more colorful and cute. Subtle things like this are just wonderful, as they sort of forebode what's about to happen. It's a strange, this feeling of this narrator that sounds whimsical, and yet there's no whimsical music to accompany him. It's just nothing.
Here's your room, Oliver. I'm sorry, it's not much. We still haven't gotten round to redecorating yet.
We gotta look into Oliver's house, or rather his uncle and aunt's house, as he's going to spend the night with them. It looks normal enough. Both of them seem very normal, except for the lighting. It almost seems like some sort of weird spotlight is put on both of them, and they're extremely fucking tall. I mean, look at that chick. She's a fucking Amazon. And there's also that dark background behind them, and oh my god, and the eyes of the dad are just so weird. Oliver then closes the door behind them, and that shot of the door is held on for a long time with this droning, eerie sound in the background. A nice touch, showing that not everything is right. Oliver is then shown to his room, and this is where we meet Mr. Bobo, a very odd-looking doll that apparently belonged to his father and his uncle, and he's given this weird explanation that sometimes Mr. Bobo, at least in their account, seemed like he could have moved. Oliver tries to sleep, but knowing that that thing is still there, looking at him, well, he finds it very difficult to sleep. Something's wrong. Something's off about that rat, or bear, or something, whatever it is. He eventually does go to sleep and wakes up playing with his favorite toy while his aunt and uncle are quote-unquote working in the basement. And this is when he discovers something very strange about Mr. Bobo.
I'm sorry, Mr. Bobo. Please don't be mad. Huh? What's that? I see you've hurt Mr. Bobo, Oliver. That's a bad boy. Uncle Charles, why is there a camera in Mr. Bobo? If you'd have just played quietly and been a good boy, I wouldn't have to do this.
Uncle Charles?
And now you see why this animation makes me incredibly uncomfortable. But It's done very, very well, and in a way that I feel like won't really piss off that many people, even though I'd argue that it's still pretty much, if not equal to as bad as said other series. But regardless of this, it's all the way it's presented, right? It's not necessarily the fact that it's super gory, super over the top, and in many ways it is very, very presentable too, because it is just showing you what's happening. It is a very simply animated thing that has more to it than, you know, over the top descriptions of anything. You're given what you need to know instead of shown every gratuitous detail to a boring extent. Speaking of details, by the way, did you notice that Mr. Bobo actually is cam 6? See, in his perspective, on the bottom left, it says camera 6. That implies that there are other cameras within the house that have been recording Oliver. And it's been recording him ever since he stepped foot into his uncle and aunt's house. As we can see on the bottom right, it's been recording for 22 hours. Which explains why in the middle of the night, Mr. Bobo just seemingly moved. It's because either the aunt or uncle came into the room and replaced the batteries. As you can see on the top right, it's only a quarter of a way finished, when in reality, if this has been recording for 22 hours, it has likely been replaced with a new battery. We can probably take it a step further too and assume that in some sick fetish, either his uncle or his aunt wear the suit itself and watch him as he sleeps. And let's be honest here, it doesn't matter if Oliver was bad or not. They were waiting for something like that to happen. They were waiting for any excuse for Oliver to misbehave, because what they really wanted was what they showed at the end. Any excuse at all to have him in a much more vulnerable and punishable state where they could manipulate him and be far, far more brutal to him. They needed more footage than just him sleeping. They wanted Oliver. That subtle detail of Oliver saying Uncle Charles at the end is also so haunting too.
Uncle Charles?
It just like kind of sticks with you, that muffled sound. There's no more narrator. There's nothing telling us how Oliver thinks. It's all just there, right in front of you, presented in HD. And that is just one of Mr. Friend's video. Here's the next one, which is also pretty brutal, but honestly, I think the first one was way, way worse. Yet, I think most people would argue that the second one could also be really, really bad. The next story is called The Man with No Mouth, and it stars little Timothy Green, as he's trying his best to do his math homework on his new computer, yet time goes by and nothing gets done. Sick fucking Transformers poster though, kid. Damn, that's sick! Timothy hears something odd. A thin, pale figure looks at Timothy in his backyard, waving at him, whistling at him. It's a creepy image, and it's very haunting. But, fuck, Timothy got to do his math homework, so he don't give a fuck. After trying to concentrate on his math homework, Timothy once again hears strange sounds coming from outside his window, and that's when you see this. Though at first the monster seems pretty scary, it turns out that the monster is kind of friendly and fucking smart, apparently.
Huh? My maths problem? Are you trying to help me with my homework?
He helps him out with his math homework, telling him the answer to, well, the question that's had him slumped this whole time. Turns out he's right. So maybe this monster really is friendly, right? Right. Right. The next day comes and hey, wouldn't you know it, Timothy still sucks at math. Just like clockwork though, around the same time, the monster comes back. And this time, Timothy's guard lowered. He lets him in. And then this happens.
And that was the end of Little Timothy.
I like how he flexed on him with that shit. Seriously, you didn't really have to answer his question. He's dead. You know, he's stupid. I get it, but you know, he's dead. Anyways, yeah, no, this one is definitely not as scary, I feel. Definitely didn't make me feel as uncomfortable. Okay, well, okay. A child died. A kid died. His head is completely decapitated. I understand. That's spooky. Whoa. But at the same time, it just doesn't hit as hard. I think the monster is... It's scary, sure, but I've seen so many monster designs that look exactly like that I'm not really affected by it. And the whole moral is pretty obvious, honestly. Don't trust your kids. I mean, don't trust adults. Don't trust your kids either. You don't know who the fuck they're talking to. But don't trust strangers. Even if they seem friendly, you always have to question their motives. You always have to know who exactly you're talking to, and it's safer to speak to people you actually trust before you actually get with someone who you don't really know and has only been friendly for a few moments in your life. And that's the fun thing about these 3 videos. They all have a moral to them. And then the third video, which we're about to see, is about discerning reality from imagination and fiction. This video was called Apple Vision Pro, which, yeah, sure, an Apple Vision Pro in the 80s or 90s, sure, I mean, whatever, let's just mix and match timelines, why not? It's fantasy. This story is about Kevin as he receives his new Apple Vision Pro. I don't know why I don't know, that really bugs me. Why is it an Apple Vision Pro? Anyways, he plays around with it, notices how amazing it is and how wonderful it is, how cool it is, how immersive it all seems as he plays for hours and hours. Suddenly, his bad bitch of a mom comes in and is like, "Wait, haven't you played a little bit too much of that? Maybe you should take it off." And he's like, "Nah, I'm gaming, dude." And she's like, "All right." Hours go by, and his mother once again asks him, politely, to come to the kitchen and have dinner with her. Little does Kevin know, though, that his vision has forever been warped and distorted.
Huh? Mum, is that you?
Frightened by his mother's visage, or what seemed like his mother, Kevin goes into the kitchen and has a very disturbing idea, one that he shouldn't have had, but now that everything seems different, he doesn't think twice about what he's about to do.
You're not my mum. Stay away from me.
Kevin does what he thinks is a natural response to what he sees. Unfortunately, when he takes off his mask, reality sets in. His mother is alive, however, gravely injured. However, something's off. Everything seems normal, but something's changed.
What have I done? Mum, I didn't mean to. Kevin? I'm so sorry, Mum. Oh, my dear boy Kevin. I think something is terribly wrong with my Vision Pro headset. Ow, Mum, that hurts. Mum! I got you.
Now, this definitely seems a little bit more confusing than the other ones. They seemed a lot more straightforward, albeit creepy, but this one is just creepy and somewhat confusing. At first, it gives off this appearance that the Apple Vision Pro is corrupt and showing him a strange version of reality that maybe he hopped into, but the fact of the matter is that there is no difference from his reality. What he was seeing through the Vision Pro was a distorted, strange version of some sort of creature, perhaps possessing his mother. That seems to be the popular theory anyways. It does seem a little odd that it didn't go straightforward with the whole narrative that the Apple Vision Pro itself is corrupt. But it's likely his mother never really was there. Maybe the Apple Vision Pro actually projected a mother for him. After all, it gave him everything he wanted, as like a sports car and movies and all that stuff. Why wouldn't it project a mother as well? It is possible that he just lives with his father, and he was so sucked into this world, this immersive place where everything seems right, that he completely forgot that he doesn't really have a mother, and the things that he was seeing was just something that was made just for him. Although not everything is perfect, and his mother, well, whatever it was really just a corrupt manifestation of his wishes come true. A sort of monkey paw scenario. But that still adds a bit of confusion. It's like, well, does that mean his mother, or whatever that is, just suddenly exists now? Maybe it really did make a real thing come to life. After all, it is a corrupt Vision Pro. Or it could be that he's just seeing things with his mind, and everything that he's feeling is just an illusion, just like what he's seeing. And the part where his legs are chopped off, well, that could be a result of himself cutting his own legs off because he believes in the visions so much. Again, this is completely a theory, right? It's a very open-ended kind of story, which I do rather like, even though it's a little confusing. I do wish it was a little bit more straightforward, but hey, I'll take it with a grain of salt. Why not? I'll just add my own theories, you know, before film theory does and kind of like ruins it. Now that would be the end of the entire trilogy that Mr. Friend made, but what I omitted to you is that there is a fourth one. I debated whether or not I would talk about it, but as I was watching it right now, I realized that there's something more to this than I initially thought. And so, let's talk about Happy School. This being the shortest video that Mr. Friend made, you might think that there's not a lot of details to explore or a lot of spooky stuff to explore, but if you look deeper into this video and take a closer look at each frame, you might find out that this video has a bit more going on and might be an explanation to what we've been seeing all night. It's a very basic video of two different narratives going on. One showing us a school called Happy School, narrated by our favorite narrator of every single video thus far, but with such a strange script, almost as if the people who made this video don't really know how to talk, and not in a way that's like they don't know English, just like human speak.
Happy School teachers are one big family. The teachers are fully trained and don't bite when requested.
Everything seems wrong, everything's worded differently, and all the while, in the background, we get footage of someone exploring this abandoned school, trying to learn the secrets, and just as Mr. Friend has masterfully shown in the past with his other videos, he's very good at juxtaposition, showing one side that seems happy, friendly, and colorful, while the other side is dark, grim, and very creepy. Of course, everything falls apart with this school's policies holding up such high standards as teachers who don't bite when requested, and no one hiding in the school's floorboards. And if that wasn't a telltale sign that things aren't right, you get these flashing images of words that are misspelled, like family, or things that say hidden or no questions. Even images of kids' faces just disappearing, just like Oliver. Oh, wait a minute. Is that Oliver? Oh, I'm gonna bring that up, don't worry, but in a minute. There's something sinister happening in this school, something that's not being explained, yet sometimes you can see that sinister thing. I'm not sure if I'm reading too much into this, but whenever it cuts from the video promo itself to the urban explorer, we see this sort of image of what seems to be a classroom of kids, or maybe a ton of people in some sort of courtroom. Either way, it's always unsettling, and it happens every single time it transitions. At times, it also seems like there's like a distorted face hidden between these transitions. Again, I could be wrong, but it always seems like there's something there. Then we reach the final part, where the urban explorer enters this one room full of, well, take a look. Several bodies of children are lined up at the very bottom of the school. None of them have eyes nor mouths. All of them look exactly like Oliver. Now, this is just a crazy theory, and I'm just going to put it out there. I think this video ties the entire trilogy up and shows that it takes place within the same universe and perhaps even the same town. There's only one mention of a town in this entire trilogy, and that was in the first video, Bad Boy Oliver, in which they state that this story takes place in Meadowshire.
Once upon a time, the town of Meadowshire.
Afterwards, it only mentions the residents of this town. It never mentions the town again, but it doesn't really need to. This is Meadowshire. It always has been, it always will be. And here we have young Oliver, but I thought he was captured, kidnapped. Well, what if this Oliver isn't the same Oliver that we knew? What if the reason that his uncle and aunt wanted him so badly wasn't just for, well, personal reasons, but they also wanted him for some sort of strange experiment, possibly something to do with replicating children? It might seem crazy, sure, but all these kids are wearing the exact same clothes as Oliver. Hell, they even have the same skin tone and the same haircut as well. They're just missing the eyes and the mouth. Are they robots? Are they actual bodies? Or are they perhaps a creature that has been shown throughout this entire series? Just like the man with no mouth. Very similar in appearance, body shape, and somewhat size. He's a devourer of children. But what if he can also imitate children? He already knows basic math, and he also knows how to whistle. But what if he knew more? What if he knew how to imitate them? What if that's exactly what they were meant to do? Even in the third series, we have the mother, Kevin's mother, who seems to be like a mom or like a human being, but distorted, twisted, imperfect. What if this entire town was inhabited by mimics, people who have been trying to pass on as if they were normal humans, but in reality, they're twisted monsters who want to devour children? And so the monsters of Meadowshire conjure up a scheme. What if they build a school? What if they promote that school? What if they try to get as many kids as possible to attend this school? The teachers don't bite when requested. But they couldn't stop at just this one school. No, they also needed more children, not only to devour, but to study. So that way they could have multiple Olivers traveling to different cities to act like a child, to pretend like he is one of them. And then when they were ready, when they were weak, when they were vulnerable and trusting of Oliver, he would snap and attack them, thus infesting the greater regions around them. More kids to send out there, more Olivers to scout for them, so that way they could have more kids to eat, more people to eat. That's what makes the first short so interesting. With this theory in mind, we could view it both ways. Maybe this is a fake Oliver from out of town, just suddenly traveling by himself and wanting to visit his quote-unquote uncle and aunt, but his uncle and aunt know better, and they try to trap him to study the creature and learn more about their motives and how they function. Or it could be the complete opposite. This was the first Oliver that went missing, and his uncle and aunt are already these mimics, these creatures that pretend to love him. And when he's vulnerable, they finally strike, chain him up, and study his anatomy, making more clones, more mimics, so that they get spread everywhere. I'm not really sure if that's exactly what the creator wanted. Hell, frankly, I'm not even sure if this is the story he wanted to tell, and maybe I'm speculating outside of his normal intent, but regardless, my entire point with this whole series is that it is very well made. The fourth video really ties everything up and really leaves everything to be kind of open-ended, and you can just theorize as much as you want. And the first three are very, very solid. The first one still absolutely my favorite. The third one being a very good close second, and The Man with No Mouth is somewhat weak, but still very good. I highly recommend Mr. Friend if you haven't already checked out his channel. I mean, I'm sure most of you have seen his TikToks, and he makes a ton of them. So please check out his TikTok, check out his YouTube channel, and check him out everywhere he is. All the links will be in the description down below. Seriously, it is a wonderful channel. I seriously hope that he continues with this original trilogy he has and he expands upon the story. But if it just ends there, completely satisfied with that. It is wonderful. It is very well made, and I'm so glad I discovered it. Thank you everyone so much for watching, and I'll see you next time. Love y'all. Bye. Missing children, an unseen cult, sacrifices, a kids' TV show meant to indoctrinate its viewers, and a god that cannot be seen. These are the ingredients for the new series created by Play Studio Films. It's a horror series that focuses on an underground community, one which punishes its subjects severely and worships a deity known as the Unseen. A community that focuses most of its resources on producing videos in which inform the community on what to do and how to worship the Unseen, as well as a kids program produced by the community itself in order to indoctrinate and groom their children. These are a mysterious set of videos that were found apparently in an abandoned building. And as to where this cult exists, if they're still around, whatever happened to them, and why these videotapes exist is currently unknown, as this series is still very young. So really, I recommend checking them out. Watch the video on your own, support the people who created this, as there's a lot of effort put into it. But if you don't really feel like doing that, it's no problem, since we're going to be dissecting every single video part by part and dissecting each element of the story to try to figure out who exactly this cult is, what their community is all about, and who exactly it is they're trying to worship, as we're trying to look into more about Mr. Simon and who he works for. Storytime with Mr. Simon shares two elements of horror that I love and hate personally, that being cults and kiddie horror. Yep, I'm just not a fan of this anymore, but I do think in this case it's done in a way that's perfect for each other when combined. In this series, it stars a cult that is the main reason this show exists. It's not because it wants to scare kids, but it's actually because it wants to indoctrinate children into their belief system. And what better than a man with a friendly smile, a warm sweater, and a playful room? Except it's not very playful, is it? There's something uncanny about this room, something deliberately cheap. The puppets aren't very memorable. They're kind of old looking, mangy even. The most prominent doll or puppet is this one that has no clothes, no facial features, nothing but a faint line across its head representing a smile. And we'll talk more about him a little bit later. Aside from that, the set itself is a bit weary looking, don't you think? Things are assembled to seem child-friendly, but it's all somewhat of a facade. The drawings is eerily crude, the little castle in the background is dilapidated, and is that Porky Pig? Speaking of which, there's this one face in the background that can be seen, and have no words to describe him. This was all made in haste, and it's clear the people behind this are somewhat amateurs, indicated by the camera work in part 1 as it zooms into Mr. Simon and slowly backs up to readjust the framing, and the characters have uninspired names and designs, such as Long Sleeves and the Lookaway Bear. This wasn't made with much care, really. It was made with bare minimum, and that bare minimum is the instrument in which Mr. Simon spreads his gospel, or in this case, his stories. The first video starts with the logo for the Colt's TV division, which is the letters OUOM, which I'll talk more about in depth later. For now, let's focus more on the topic at hand, Mr. Simon himself, a somewhat down-to-earth host who seems inviting and friendly on the surface, yet his presentation is more like that of a strict priest, even repeating the same kind of verbiage with a sort of sinister undertone.
Children, have you been obeying your parents? Serving your community and devoting yourself to one?
Yes.
Fantastic.
It's clear Mr. Simon and the people he works for reward faith and devotion, and it's something a lot of cults would do in order to indoctrinate their cultists. In this case, however, the cultists are children, easier to manipulate and to groom into however you want them to be.
Good job. Give yourself a massive cheer.
Yay!
And since you've been so faithful, it's now time for Story of the Week. The Tale of Little Brother Timothy.
The reward for these children for their unwavering faith is a story that reveals more of the lore and mythos of the cult that these people are a part of. Let's listen in on a bit of the story.
Timothy can't wait for his first day of seminary. He puts his items in his bag. He puts his pencil. He puts his luncheon. He puts his overjacket. And his texts. And of course, most importantly,
the Watcher!
That's right, kids. The Watcher.
The Watcher is a small stitched-up toy that seems to be carried by every child in this little community. The toy can be seen almost everywhere in the intro. Hell, you can even see it on the painting of the show itself. Of course, with the name like The Watcher, it's no secret what this thing represents. It's a sort of relic that the kids, and maybe even adults, carry around the same way Catholics wear rosaries. It's a sign of their devotion and faith, and a symbol of their worship, and a means of protection from bad influence. Maybe. I don't know about that last one. Well, you'll see why in a bit.
Timothy passes by several outside merchants on the way to seminary. First a bookshop, then a confectionery shop, and then a toy store. Timothy is tempted by the toy shop and is about to go in, but before he does, something makes him stop.
The Watcher! The Watcher!
That's right, kids.
As I said before, the Watcher is there as a way to guide the community, in this case, little Timothy, away from dark influences, and we'll touch on this topic of outsiders again in a bit, but for now, just know that it represents the outside world that is outside the small community, and they seem to have a very strict rule as to how they can interact with the outside world. One of those rules is not to buy anything from outside merchants, such as books, candies, and toys, and the Watcher is there to remind you of this.
Timothy pulls the Watcher out. He remembers toys from the outside world are not permitted. The Watcher will not allow this. Now, children, I wish I could tell you that this is the point of the story where young Timothy continued on to the seminary. But unfortunately, that is not the case.
Oh, no.
The story, or at least this part of it, ends with Timothy needing re-education, quote unquote, which is currently unknown as to what that could entail, and honestly, that remains unknown for the rest of the series as of right now. Mr. Simon then waves us off, and we move on to... Part 2 starts off a little differently, showing a clip from an old cartoon. Now, this is a trope that permeates pretty much most analog horror, using old music or film or cartoons in order to have some sort of creep factor associated with the show. I guess the train of thought is that something that looks worn out, decrepit, and old gives you a sense of something's broken or out of touch, like looking at an old rusty building. Added to the fact that it's posted with a horror-based story, and the feeling is amplified tenfold. But in this case, the 2 times we see an old cartoon featured in part 2 gives us a glimpse at the lore. As stated previously, this whole broadcast is likely made for a cult, and if not that, then a small community of zealots of a radically different theology than the contemporary. Which is a cult, by the way. And in this small community, they are heavily monitored by a watcher type being. And because of this strict monitoring, they're only allowed certain provisions from the outside world. With this in mind, the small fragments of these cartoons can show one of 2 things. Either these cartoons are approved to be viewed by the children of the community, or this video is taped over cartoons that are otherwise seen as inappropriate by the community. Even though I'm fairly certain that this was mostly done for a spooky effect or something, I still like that headcanon of mine, and I hope the creators watching this can, implement that a little bit more, wink wink. Mr. Simon continues the story of little brother Timothy, reminding the audience that he needed a re-education. Again, it's not stated what that could mean, but it's likely a punishment established by higher community members that is certainly unpleasant. We also get a new term here.
Now, part 2 of our story takes place 2 nomination periods later.
Nomination periods. Again, it's a topic that we'll touch on very soon, but for now, let's learn more about little brother Timothy, the Corrected.
Timothy the Corrected and his classmates have been working hard at seminary. After passing their harmonious studies tests, they decide to spend half an hour of leisure time at the park.
So at this point, Mr. Simon asks what the kids like to do in their leisurely time. One says,
Spin the wheel of harmony.
Fantastic!
The other,
Beware the sleeping non-sleep.
Wowee!
I'll be real, I don't honestly understand what the hell he's saying. But more interestingly, Mr. Simon turns his head away from where he was looking at the kids and points at someone else, asking them what they like to do. And they respond with, It's worth noting that the unseen seems to be a god of the community. Yet, in multiple examples, the unseen is not a figure whose name you can use lightly. Anytime the unseen is mentioned, the video sometimes glitches out or cuts out completely, almost like the unseen is a holy name that isn't meant to be spoken in vain. Or perhaps it's cut out because the watcher wouldn't approve of that kind of casual talk of their god. Or maybe, just by simply mentioning the unseen, invokes a powerful reaction that can affect even
Initiated. Locate worship master.
Okay, hang on. There's something we haven't fully acknowledged yet in the story of Timothy. Little brother Timothy is likely a child, as indicated previously with the first story, with his curiosity and attraction to candy and toys. Yet as a kid, you'd assume he'd be going to school, right? Well, he does go to school. But because of the strict rule that they have implemented within their community, he's not going to any public school, and he's definitely not going to any private school. No, he's going to a seminary. A seminary is a school of theology, the study of God and divinity. It's the kind of school that's pretty advanced and not really for kids. That's not to say kids can't go to a type of seminary, it's just given the context of everything we know of this community and the heavy, oppressive religious tones this story has given off, we can tell that the seminary school is not your typical kind of seminary. There's no mention of them really learning basic math or basic writing or anything like that. I mean, really listen to these classes so far. Harmonious Studies and Cosmology. The former is kind of vague as to what it could be, but with heavy emphasis on quote-unquote obeying your parents. It's probably a class that keeps naughty kids in check and makes sure that their behavior is proper, in perfect harmony, just like everyone else. Meanwhile, cosmology is the study of the universe. Again, pretty advanced for a kid to learn before they could even learn their ABCs or any sort of history, but that does indicate that this cult worships a sort of cosmic being. Or perhaps their rules are based entirely on some sort of sci-fi mythos, such as Scientology or Heaven's Gate. At any rate, let's continue.
But hold on. Who's that? Now, children, I would like to remind you of one of our most important tenets. Outsiders are strictly forbidden, and seeing imaginary abominations is punishable by strict corrective measures.
This is when things go from just a normal cult to a paranormal one. Whatever this is could be connected to the Watcher, or perhaps the Unseen, but it's just there once. So far, we have never been indicated that there is any sort of magical or paranormal elements to this series whatsoever, and so far, there still hasn't been that kind of paranormality shown within these videos. I'm sure in the future there'll be more heavy emphasis on that soon, but this is a heavy reminder that we're not dealing with just normal cultists.
Despite many transgressions, little brother Timothy breaks another rule. Timothy decides to bring the abomination to the house. But we'll have to wait until next time for that.
The strict rule of not allowing outsiders goes without saying, but having imaginary friends is a bit more interesting. Obviously, this indicates that nobody is allowed free thought nor free imagination, but the fact that these people know that Timothy has an imaginary friend and that they know what he was saying is kind of impossible. Unless, of course, the Watcher can do more than just see material things. Little brother Timothy broke yet another rule, but what that rule was will only be made more clearly in...
Please don't do this. Please. I'm begging you, please don't do this. The boy can be corrected. Please, I'm begging you. I can't...
The last part has the most revealing info out of all of them, and has the most disturbing implications associated with the community. This is Max Cooper, a 6-year-old that went missing on August 13th, 1995, while on his way to school. There isn't much info on Max, other than these 2 clips that were taped over by the show, although his relationship with Mr. Simon might be closer than one might think, as while he's arguing with likely his producer, the faint image of Max's missing portrait shows up over Mr. Simon. Now, before anyone thinks this is a subtle hint to Mr. Simon being Max, I have to remind you that this show, while not exactly known when to have aired, is at least stated to have been from the 90s, at least according to the channel's shorts, and Max went missing in 95. There's a lot of speculation as to who Max is, or maybe was. Could he be Mr. Simon's son? Maybe he was little brother Timothy, or maybe there's something else to this whole story. But for now, we just know that he's very important to have shown up this many times in just one video, and maybe the answers will show up soon enough.
Brother Timothy the Corrected and this abomination arrive at the house. Now, children, What would you do if you were pressured by an imaginary monster to see the inside of the house? Come on, don't be shy.
Await further instructions.
Seek a responsible figurehead.
Police are now asking volunteers.
Okay, so that voice shows up a few times, and it's always after Mr. Simon asks the kids for an opinion.
And of course, most importantly,
The Watcher!
that's right, kid. But unfortunately, that is not the case.
Oh no!
Wowee!
One more.
And I have a sneaking suspicion as to who that may be, and we'll find out just as soon as we learn the fate of little Timothy and his imaginary friend.
They're inside the house now. Timothy.
Children,
I hope you learn from the mistakes of your brother. And since little brother Timothy has already been corrected, his punishments must be escalated. Now, I would like to tell you...
Suddenly, someone interrupts Mr. Simon. Someone or something. Now, there's a lot to unpack during this last segment, so I'm just going to play out the rest of the end of this video, and we'll talk about it right after.
Who's the boy? Come on, guys. We're in the middle of a take. An elder? The child is not ready. The children are not ready. John,
please don't do this.
please, I'm begging you, please don't do this. The boy can be corrected. Please, I'm begging you. I can't... Children. At this point in Timothy's correction, there is only one suitable punishment that remains. Any guesses?
Expose his eyes to...
Make him see the unseen!
We heard prayers. We saw parents with their kids looking for this boy. We saw lots of...
Told you it's a lot. Let's start unpacking. Firstly, Mr. Simon's confusion clearly shows that this just wasn't scripted. Mr. Simon pleads with someone off screen not to do this, almost desperately so, trying to convince the others that the kid can be corrected. In this context, if correction is just a punishment, then what do they plan to do with this child that has even Mr. Simon unsettled? In fact, who is this child? As I said before, Mr. Simon doesn't even know him, so it's likely a random child from within the community itself. Maybe perhaps it's little Timothy. If that's the case, then why didn't Mr. Simon know who this was? Well, it's probably because he even didn't realize that little Timothy was a work of nonfiction. But it makes sense that the story is true, as stated within part 2, where imaginary friends aren't allowed, and therefore imagination isn't either. Therefore, they can't even make their own stories. The only kind of stories this community could ever write about are ones of nonfiction. We could also assume that this child is Max Cooper, just a little bit older. It's hard to say, but I have a suspicion that Max and Timothy might be one and the same too. Maybe when they got kidnapped as Max, they renamed him as a way to omit suspicion, as well as to be rid of his outside identity, which, again, the community is very strict about the outside world. Speaking of strict, notice how Mr. Simon got very worried when he realized he was in the presence of an elder, standing up immediately and adjusting his shirt. Funny, as this is a completely different Mr. Simon, seeing as how he seems to be combative and aggressive towards whoever it is outside of the view of the camera, and yet he's powerless against the decision of an elder. Oh, and speaking of completely different Simon, yeah, it seems Mr. Simon, or rather, whoever this man was, has been replaced, likely for disobeying an elder, and likely to be corrected himself. But why was Mr. Simon, or I guess Simon A for American, why was he so disobedient? Why was he so scared and agitated? Could it have been that Simon A was actually looking out for the kids? Could it be that this child is about to face severe punishment alongside the other children? Or is it something else? Are they going to do something to the children that could potentially harm them? Well, in my opinion, it's one of these three things. Either this child really is little brother Timothy, and he's about to give the children a live demonstration of what punishments they will receive if they break the rules, seeing the unseen, I suppose, whatever that could mean. Or he's a child that was nominated, and the children are about to see something that they're not prepared for. Something that should be unseen. Nomination. Well, that's a word that's been thrown around here and there. Now, what could it mean? God, if there was only a way to help us understand a bit further what this could all mean. No shit, cool. So after all the speculation as to what nomination day is, it turned out one of the tapes found were of this very topic, except not really. This is more or less a guide on how to do your proper paperwork for nomination day, and it's treated quite a lot like it's like filing your taxes. In fact, the tape itself is even called TXR-TRN. This time around, however, the production company behind this video isn't OUOM, but DOHM. Now, it's hard to say what either stands for, but something I want to touch on a bit later is just how big this community is if they have separate production companies. More on that later. For now, why don't we learn more about this video from Messenger Brian?
Wow, can you believe it? It's nearly that time of year again. Don't forget to get your documentation approved before the 25th.
It's never explained when the 25th is in this video.
It's now been 23 years since the original sacrifice was accepted, and I think it's safe to say we've ironed out a few of the kinks in the process. This year, we hope to make your nomination period run as smoothly as possible.
It's been 23 years since the first sacrifice, meaning the community's origin is likely somewhere from mid to early 70s, if not the late 60s. Remember, Max Cooper was kidnapped in 1995, and if we were to assume this video took place in the same year as that kidnapping, then 1972 would be the year of this community's origin. It's possible this video was made before 95 or after, but even so, it's very likely that this entire production of whatever videos they made were all mostly in the 90s. Therefore, our conclusion is, somewhere within the 70s, this cult found its origin.
Firstly, remember, only you can complete your documentation. Requesting anyone else to complete it on your behalf is a violation of Code 23, subsection 2. Code violations leave you and your family at risk of corrective measures and disappointing outcomes. And of course, you will be afforded time off from your civic duties to complete your documentation.
This next part is interesting, and it's really hard to put my thoughts together for this, because it would seem that this story might have a bit of a mimic problem.
This photo will be cross-checked with the records at the Department of Harmony to ensure identities haven't accidentally been exchanged. If you are found to have an exchanged identity, don't panic. You will be given guidance and time to ensure a smooth resolution. This process is covered in more detail in video B7. Please submit a request for video B7 if you suspect that you or a loved one have experienced an identity exchange.
this seems to imply that something or someone is willing to steal the identities of community members. What that might be is a mystery until we can find tape B7, which apparently gives more info to community members as to what to do next, or maybe even brainwashes them into forgetting that this ever existed. I don't know. It's here, however, we do get a hint of another group of people within the community known as SAD officers.
For any member of the community who has officially been designated as exposed, remember, this does not automatically disqualify you from the nomination period. You will still need to submit your aspect ratio photo. This photo will be reviewed by an SAD officer to determine your eligibility.
And again, this part is completely unknown to us at this point. Who knows what the SAD officers do? They're likely involved in the corrective measures and punishments that they give out to community members who act out. But again, just don't know anything. Series is too young to know. But if I could just pull you guys aside for a second, I just want to say something. I'm kind of disappointed that we might be heading to the route of a mimic story. If the people who made this are watching, and they likely are, as I've seen y'all asking for critiques on your newest series on Reddit, then I'd like to say that I've been really enjoying the vibes of the cult-like hereditary shenanigans that were happening, along with the cynical undertones of false happiness within the community, what with them doing their whole dress-up of professionalism and child-friendly vibes, and I think adding mimics, if that is what this is, might be adding a bit more than what is needed. I think you've got something great so far. Don't really need to copy more analog horror cliches, honestly. Simply put, I love this series a lot, and I just don't think adding mimic elements would really do anything for it. But the lore is deep, and I'm sure it's not just surface level mimics. If you are going to rein in those kinds of elements, then I just encourage you to be creative about it. Whatever, I trust you guys. Anyways.
Nominate your sacrifice by filling in their full address and name in block letters. Like this. And don't forget to double check your expiration list from last year.
So it's made pretty obvious early on that nominees for nomination day get selected for sacrifice. Now usually this is a very respectable thing in religions and cults. Sure, it's scary to die, but to die for your god is, for some cultures, an honor. But even though this seems like a very important part of the community structure, nobody actually seems to want to be nominated. The way the person being sacrificed is being chosen is more like a witch hunt than anything else. You can nominate anyone in your community, and you're most likely going to be choosing someone you don't like. That's just human nature, but what's even worse than this is choosing a child.
Applying for special dispensation this year has been made even easier for those of you wishing to curry favor with the unseen one. Simply fill in the box with the name of the child you wish to nominate. As always, this will result in an automatic selection, which we all know means all other nominations in your district will be discarded.
It's cruel, sure, but it's been done before. Briefly, we see names on a monitor of all the nominees prior, at least 14 of them anyways, and across their names is a number. This number is likely the age of the nominee. Among all of them, the youngest of them all is Michelle Adler, a 4-year-old. It shows that children have been nominated in the past, pretty recently too. There's 5 among the 14 names here, so that means in the past decade or so, they've chosen children to sacrifice. And even though they don't make up the majority that have been sacrificed, this still shows that the community is willing to sacrifice children if need be. And before you ask, no, there is no mention of Timothy, Max, or Mr. Simon. But after that, well, that's all the info we need in order to successfully fill out our forms and choose a nominee. There is this one weird part of the video that is, well, out of place, and I'll get to that during the speculation part of the video, which is happening right now. Well, now that we've seen everything that has been found by the channel owners, we can start speculating a bit deeper into the in-between bits. Oh, but again, seriously, check out Play Studio Films for more of their content. I genuinely think they have a massive potential and are just amazing at what they do so far, and definitely deserve more views and subs. Check out the link in the description, tell me what you think, all that stuff, etc, etc. I think they're awesome. Anyways. Alright, so obviously, there's no mincing words here. The community is a cult, like we've said before, through and through. Though that's not surprising knowing that they've been around for more than 2 decades, with 2 production companies and possibly even more sub-organizations that have yet to be seen. It shows that this cult isn't really your backwater loony bin type of cult. These people are very well organized, likely very rich, and with a large community. It's crazy that they've been kept a secret for this long, but somehow they managed to do it. But just because they're more organized than other cults and having far more members, that doesn't mean that they're any less dangerous. Sacrificing aside, this community has been known to kidnap children, or at least implied to have kidnapped children. At the very least, their main target for sacrifice is children. There's a heavy emphasis on that, with the list of names being right there, and the children that were sacrificed, as well as the exemption of the rest of the community from being sacrificed for choosing a child. It's as if their god has some sort of sick preference for children. But that doesn't mean that the adults are safe or anything. They can be sacrificed too, but probably get it the worst, with the constant reminder of corrective punishment seen throughout every video. These people, despite the outwardly friendly appearance, are definitely incredibly brutal, strict, and very likely psychologically tormenting their cultists every day. But to what end, really? Who are these people? What is this cult? And what is their main objective? Let's explore all of that one by one. It's unknown as to whether or not the unseen is some sort of god or demon or some other sort of entity that the cult just worships. In fact, to say that they even worship the unseen is questionable. If anything, the unseen is treated as a threat. Remember, at the end of part 3, the children suggested that little brother Timothy should be punished by the unseen, which implies that his very visage can drive people mad, indicating at what kind of god the unseen is. See, before, I figured that the unseen might have been a reference to Hades, god of the underworld, and sometimes known as the Unseen. And while yes, there are cults from back then that were made for Hades, the sacrifice to Hades would be something else other than children, preferably creatures that had dark fur or something like that, so like sheep with black wool or dark feathered hen. Even so, the cults for Hades rarely ever grew larger than most other cults. In fact, they were so small that they were rarely documented. No, the unseen is something more Lovecraftian in nature, a being who is unknown, unseen, yet all-knowing and beyond our comprehension, hence why he shall remain unseen. There's also, of course, the hint that they take cosmology classes, which, well, I mean, it's the study of the cosmos, and Lovecraftian old gods are cosmic-like beings that are so far beyond our human comprehension that they can't even be studied. So then why? Why do him much favor? Why does the unseen provide for the community? It has to be something substantial if the cult has been sacrificing for 20-something years now and has only grown and grown since then. Perhaps he offers power, fortune, and gives to his community enough to be given favor. What that is, however, is just going to remain unknown for now. What we can infer, at least, is that the unseen is not a patient or kind god, and perhaps somewhat wrathful. See, in the PSA video, we get this brief warning that seems, well, disturbing.
You don't want to
initiated. Locate worship master.
Someone is no longer with us.
emergency worship protocol, worship masks. This sort of indicates that the unseen might be treated by the cult as some sort of feral beast that needs constant worship and praise, lest he awake from some sort of deep slumber and potentially wreak havoc. Therefore, people need to gather immediately to complete this ritual to satiate him. The worship masks likely serve as a sort of shield that blinds the people of worship so they don't see the unseen. So in some ways, it could be that this isn't really some sort of god that gifts their servants for favor, but rather a being that has enslaved a group of people for worship, and their actions are constantly monitored by his faithful watcher, which everyone carries, making him nearly omnipotent, having eyes and ears everywhere. Though the powers of the watcher are still kind of a mystery, it's hard to say if the Watcher is really a toy with magical powers by the unseen, or if the Watcher is really just a cultist who watches and monitors everyone. There's also the mystery as to whether or not Watchers can read people's minds, as little Timothy had an imaginary friend, a friend who was apparently seen by the Watcher, whose words was deciphered by him. And since having an imagination isn't really allowed in this entire cult, it's no surprise that there would be a small part of the community made entirely to make up stories for the rest of the community, i.e. OUM. Well, I mean just OUM, not the IE part. The production company responsible for making up the kids' programs, and possibly even media for the entire community as a whole. What OUOM could stand for is never really explained. Operations Under Occult Media? Yeah, I don't know. But speaking of, there's also DOHC, which shockingly was way easier to decipher simply from what these people do. Admittedly, I asked a friend of mine who owns a real cult what the acronym could mean, and they immediately came up with the Department of Human Control, which, I mean, yeah, that's it. I mean, that's super it. Now, obviously, there are other departments that exist within the cult, such as SAD, but without much context, it's hard to say what they do. It's just clear that this community has many districts, so therefore there have to be many departments that exist solely for monitoring people and distributing punishments as well. That and many more questions are still left unanswered. Who is Max? And how significant is he in this story? What happened to Mr. Simon? What's a day-to-day life like in the community? How big is the community? What is the unseen? And the Watcher? And so much more. Unfortunately, we're just going to have to wait and see just what the answers may be. Oh god, honestly, I had no idea I had so much to say in this video. I mean, truly, this is way more than I expected. But I think the reason why I was so passionate about this is because I think this lore is way more interesting and thought out than most analog horror. There is clear passion for this, and also research. The way this whole cult is structured is very similar to how real cults are structured, with terminology, phrases, the fake smiles, the corrective measures they take. All the stuff is pretty similar to real world cults, minus the actual paranormality and, you know, a few other extra oddities. I'm excited to see just what the creators of this series do. Seriously. My brain was so active just thinking about all the possibilities and different directions the series can go in, and I got embarrassingly addicted to figuring out what everything meant. So please check the series out, watch their videos, they're so gracefully short. Listen, horror can be made with a big budget or with just a few bucks. It doesn't matter in the end how you tell your story. What matters is how you present it and how you deliver your stories. Writing and direction is king when it comes to horror, and as long as you know how to do that, everything else is secondary. I think this series has so much more amazing stuff to bring up in the future, and frankly, I can't wait. Thank you so much for watching. I'll see y'all next time. Love y'all so much. Good night.
Hey, community members, welcome to Breakfast with Ben and Barney.
So a while back, I was suggested a channel that had a strange pattern of videos. The channel is called I Want to Die, and it featured 2 of the exact same videos uploaded over and over again, just with a different filter overlaid. One of the videos is of the infamous Little Baby's ice cream commercial that aired several years back, and another seems to be a PSA about the dangers of cheese pizza. Although obviously, when I say cheese pizza, you know that's not what I mean, but that's stupid and I have to say that in order for this video to not get blocked. Anyways, the 2 of these videos both share the same title with slight variations. Chatterbait model, kinky little couple, people are dying, followed by a few numbers and sometimes the letter A. I don't think it requires much explanation to know what this channel is trying to say. It's very clear that in some way it's implying that this one model on this one website that I don't think I can mention more than once is possibly a victim of CP. Now look, I don't want to look too deep into this at the risk of actually finding something that's illegal. But if this person is on YouTube reporting something subliminally about the actions of actual criminal activity, then this could be really risky to look up, to say the very least. So I am doing the most surface level research into this as I possibly can. And I genuinely ask that you do the same if you want to research this yourself. Anyways, from what I found, there is a user by the name of Kinky Little Couple, and it is consistently the same girl with glasses named Clementine. Sometimes her hair is blonde, others it's a different shade of pink, but from the looks of it, it seems like she seems to be, well, someone who makes that sort of content with her boyfriend. Now, this content, I have to stress, isn't just on the aforementioned website, but it's also found in other similar websites. Pick your poison, really. But the strange thing is, at least per the surface level research that I did, this content sort of stopped sometime 6 to 8 years ago and is nowhere to be found today. Her oldest content is from back in 2014, and to be honest, it seems that it might be slightly older just because it's just a re-upload. So she started around 11 years ago, give or take, and then vanished within a few years' time. It's not unheard of that a person who takes this career path ends up quitting and just disappearing, but what concerns me is the nature of the videos uploaded by I Want to Die. As previously mentioned, they are heavily alluding to the idea that Kinky Little Couple is potentially someone who is underaged and working on NSFW websites. And the other part of the title that says people are dying, I'm also assuming that's another model or someone else that also works in this field, but I couldn't personally find anything about that. What makes things odd is that these videos were uploaded 7 years ago, around the time Clementine stopped uploading, and to make this even more disturbing, the Little Baby's ice cream videos sometimes had this audio. Did you hear that? Let's speed it up a bit so you can hear it clearer. Yeah, no, that's fucked. What this whole channel's existence means and who is behind it is completely unknown. But given the implications, it seems to be some sort of dark revenge against this one model, or perhaps some warning against her and anyone who's a fan of her. Personally, however, I just don't think this person is in any way interested in helping Clementine, or interested in helping them in earnest at all. In fact, if I had to guess, this is likely someone who is trying to scare her and deter anyone away from, well, her content. Making a claim that this random model is actually a child is a very, very serious claim, and hiding it through cryptic videos is, well, really immature and sort of stupid. Think about it. If this person really was trying to warn other people about her potentially being too young to be doing this line of work, then wouldn't they want to make that overtly clear instead of hiding it through a PSA and an obscure channel? Wouldn't they want to contact, I don't know, the FBI or something? Even if they felt like law enforcement wouldn't actually help them out, then why not just up in front and say what they had to say? It's likely that this person was just being vindictive and spreading false info about this model. There are many such unfortunate cases where lonely men try to ruin women's lives because they feel wronged in some way by them, even though they're not directly involved in their lives at all. And doing these kinds of actions brings them sort of a twisted justification in doing these weird acts of revenge. You don't even have to be a model to face this kind of vitriol. Some men just really hate women and can be that twisted. On the other hand, it could be true that Clementine could be underaged, and with this industry she works in, well, that is sadly far more common than you might think. But threatening her life and making vague and weird videos about her is still undoubtedly creepy and potentially dangerous. Unfortunately, we might never know who ran this account, as they stopped uploading the same day they started uploading, and because of this, the channel is extremely unknown to most people, and there simply just isn't any more info added. This seems to just be a moment in time where someone had something against someone, and both of these people ended up just disappearing around the same time. So whatever happened between these two people will likely remain unknown. Hopefully this Clementine person is safe, and hopefully nothing illegal happened behind the scenes, no matter what it could have been. Dread Pirate Roberts is one of those channels that are just so wonderfully weird and potentially something, if you catch my drift anyways. See, covering as many YouTube channels as I have, you get to start to be like kind of desensitized by how weird things are, and you start to adapt a different tone towards these kinds of channels. For me, I think these are cool. It's a channel that has 4 videos as of this recording, and most of them seem to be shot on an old camcorder or an old as fuck phone. These videos contain pretty odd edits, such as the ever so eloquently titled DSC F0079. It starts with the video rewinding back to the start. Then it just shows someone walking and driving around their neighborhood, shooting random signs and with strange music overlaid. It's actually kind of chill, no pun intended, maybe. Towards the end, however, it gets a bit more eerier as the person shooting it is now in the middle of the woods at night in almost pitch darkness, save for his camera light. The video soon ends as we see him pointing at a light in the sky, and this sort of sets the tone for the rest of the channel actually, at least for the remaining 4 videos shown, the longest being 26 minutes long, which starts the same way as the first, like I mentioned, rewinding several minutes behind and then resuming as normal, and this time there seems to be some added graphics, at least for the first portion, and where this building is, or rather what it could be, is totally unknown. And if I had to guess, it looks like the type of building where people used to work and where they did the thing with the stuff located somewhere on Earth. Yeah, sorry. Alright, but seriously, it looks kind of like a lab. I don't know. The video just keeps playing and a ton of devices and tools just seem to be laying everywhere. It's kind of just a weird video, especially with the way it's edited, and again, with that weird haunting music just constantly playing. The almost dreamy, slightly depressing music that's just like looming on you and sort of existing in you and not letting you go. The music that's playing is by Father 2006, and it's the song titled Voices from the album Reflection. This kind of music is often known as death dream music, a genre of music that focuses on isolation, despair, depression, loneliness, and just overall highlights feelings of non-existence, or at least the yearning of not wanting to be seen and not being here. It's inspired by a lot of older vaporwave trends, mostly dark vaporwave, and it's the sort of music you usually listen to when you're just feeling alone. It's not really music you jam to or anything like that. It's more about the aesthetic of it. It's the mystery behind it. If you're into horror and just spooky videos and vibes in general, then it's likely you've been recommended a Death Dream album or video in the past. I know I have. Usually these artists and channels are pretty underground and mostly anonymous. Nobody knows who they are, and that's part of the vibe. Like listening to music made by ghosts, or just non-existing people who want to share this feeling of non-existence with you and several others. I've been kind of a fan of these kinds of songs for about a year now, and doing research on this one channel has only made me realize not only what kind of music it's called, but why I love it so much. I've been pretty down lately, and very lonely, and I'm not going to bore you with the details. Really, it's not about me. It's just a comfort knowing that this sort of music exists in the world. It's really just nice. In fact, it's what I'm listening to right now as I write this script. There's a lot of people that connect to these kinds of songs. We all connect through dark times, and there's some solace knowing that even in the dark, there are people there with you. And maybe that's not comforting to some, but for me personally, it's nice knowing I'm not going through it alone. Also, I'm just a big fan of like how spooky this music can sound. Something about it just like is just comforting. I don't know, maybe I'm just weird. I like getting scared, and I like having that weird creepy feeling up my spine. I don't know, it's cool to me, but whatever. What does this channel have to do with anything of what I just said? I don't know. likely nothing. It's likely just someone having fun editing some urbex videos that they either found or shot themselves and wanted to overlay this footage with that kind of music. Definitely it's giving a unique vibe, but it's likely nothing more than just an aesthetic project and nothing deeper than that. I have read one of the comments mentioning about something about this channel uploading scams in the past, but I don't know anything about that. I'm probably not going to research too deep into that. In fact, I won't. I just have no interest in that. And maybe that's an unsatisfying ending to this topic for some of you. I just personally like the videos of this channel for the aesthetic purpose. We can pick at all the minute details here and there, speculate that there's some grander ARG or something at work, you know, like how the channel's called Dread Pirate Roberts, ooh, like ooh, Princess Bride, maybe there's multiple people attached to the, you know, whatever. I don't know. It's just likely an aesthetic thing, and I dig it. I just like the weird edits. I hope he makes more like this, and I don't know why, but I'm just really liking the vibes. So check it out. Admittedly, this is a last-minute entry, but I just had to talk about this. User BetProfessional5854 over at the Goose Boose subreddit brought this to my attention, and it's called Perichoresis, and I have no fucking clue what this is all about. On the surface, this is one of those meditation channels that focus on chi and energy, chakra, you know, that sort of thing. It's not abnormal by any means, and really it seems like any other one of those channels focused on yogi stuff, so nothing too weird. Oh my god, what the fuck? So this disturbing looking gentleman is F. Lee, or Flea, as I'll call him for the rest of the section, because that's what I want to do when I see his face. I'll be real, reading this out loud makes me feel really mean, and I'm really sorry. I don't want to make fun of your appearance, but it is admittedly a very strange visage, and you have to admit that. He's the presumed owner of this YouTube channel, who pretty much acts as the host of this channel, delivering sort of this soft gospel and inspirational think pieces, and something about the hair. I mean, look, I don't want to make fun of it anymore, but like, what the fuck? Bro's got that Einstein chakra. Okay, but for real, no, I mean, I don't know. Like I said, these kinds of channels, they just exist. They're everywhere, but I just don't think this is real. That's my only honest opinion on this. It seems like a weird lost Tim and Eric skit, lost into the ether, and I'm having suspicions that this channel is not legitimate, in the sense that it's probably a parody of those kinds of channels. Let's back it up a little bit. Perichoresis, as this channel is called, is the Holy Trinity, at least the relationship in which the Holy Trinity functions, that being the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. And if you watch these videos by Perichoresis at all, then you'll find that Flea is talking about mainly Christian values while sprinkling modern chakra, new age yogi teachings, focusing on chakras alignments, you know, the stars, how they align to the planets, and you know, your inner spirit, and all of that. A bit of Buddhism here, a bit of Hinduism here, you know how it goes, right? And aside from Mr. Flea's like looks and the way that this is all presented, there's not really much that he's saying that, if you're familiar with these kinds of, I guess, teachings, that isn't really new. But where I'm skeptical of this channel's legitimacy is just the way it's shot. Why is his hair all crazy like that? Why are some of the videos distorted and show a different side of him? Why is it edited so strange? This is very Lynchian. It's like some sort of project that he was working on that now suddenly got released. I don't know, maybe this is supposed to help emphasize on his teachings of the cosmos and our understandings and misunderstandings of the universe as a whole, but I struggled to believe that this is somehow to be taken seriously. I mean, I kind of hope it's not taken too seriously, not to shit on F. Lee's videos or anything like that. He doesn't say anything harmful, really. He just sort of gives off cult leader vibes, and I mean, dude's setup is exactly like Doe's setup, like, you know, like Heaven's Gate. It looks eerily similar, and that somewhat leads me to believe that this is like kind of intentional. The two are practically identical to each other. But the one thing that tells me that there's more to this than anything else is this one video called Open Your Heart. You see, Perichoresis has a series of videos they host almost every week where it's a 3-hour-long meditation session featuring a woman named Katya and with music by Cypress. These videos are visually psychedelic and kind of calming if you're into this sort of stuff, except for this one video, at least towards the end. Something happens at the end that sounds disturbing and sort of breaks the norm for these videos. Usually it ends with Flea saying his goodbyes, making sure you feel whole, and all of that. But this one, well, why don't you just watch for yourself and tell me what you think?
I want to express our thanks to all of you for joining us tonight. Cypress, Katya, and I find such peace within as we bring each message to you. May you, yes, each and every one of you listening to these vibrations, may you be well in body, mind, and spirit. Until we connect again, stay open, stay loving. Perichoresis.
The hell was that? Oddly enough, these sessions are live streamed every Sunday, yet no one in the live chat mentioned the strange sounds once. Why was that? Aside from that, however, not much is known about this channel. The website they posted doesn't even work at all, and their TikTok account I think was made like last night, and like, I'm sorry if this is genuine, but I can't shake the feeling that this is a parody of some sort. A lot of these are just too comical, from the presentation to the weird vibes, and I mean, it's done well, but what is the story behind this? I'd love to know, and I'd love to keep an eye on this just in case it evolves into something interesting. But for now, I'm chalking it up as just a spiritual channel who is earnestly trying to give spiritual and esoteric advice to whoever can find the channel. And if you're one of the people who feel like these videos are speaking to you personally and helping you out introspectively, then keep watching them. If it's nothing but a net positive for you, then there's no reason a silly old guy like me could scare you away from watching something that you love. And if F. Lee is watching this and you're 100% serious about your teachings, then genuinely keep being you. You're doing great. And I hope that you keep finding lost souls and help shepherd them onto greener pastures and help some people out. I mean, I've seen some of the comments and it's genuinely helping them out. And I hope that this is a serious thing that is really, really just like making people very happy about themselves. Namaste. Alright, so as I was wrapping up this video, I found out the Perichoresis uploaded a new video as they usually do on Wednesday nights, and honestly, this new video has me far more suspicious than ever before about the channel's legitimacy and what their endgame is. It starts with F. Lee, whose real name, by the way, I found out is Fred Lee, which I'll get to that in a second, and he has a new haircut. He's gone completely bald and is talking about an interference from a different dimension that he's trying to get in contact with, and this interference was teased in one of the videos prior. And it seems like the new guy that he's trying to connect with is, well, just a guy who looks exactly like F. Lee, only his actual name is Fred. Now, Fred is a far more aggressive and confrontational kind of guy, with his teachings being way more in your face and is way more cultish in his vibes. And dude, I don't know, he just seems way more unsettling than F. Lee himself. I mean, like, just take a look.
The doctors, the lawyers, the politicians, they bought into that lie too. They've become part of the system. They are the system. They perpetuate it. They maintain it. They profit from it. And they take what little you have left, your last ounce of sanity, your last breath of freedom, and they feed it into their insatiable machine. They tell you that this is the way of the world, that this is just how it works, that you need to fit in, that you need to obey, that you need to consume. And you believe them. You believe them because that's all you've ever known. But I'm here to tear down their world, and I'm here to burn it to the ground. And those of you who are ready, you who see through their lies, you will rise with me. And I'm not here to destroy for the sake of destruction. No. I'm here to free you. I'm here to help those who can't help themselves, to show them the truth of what they've become. The ones who have the courage to look at the world for what it truly is. They will be the ones who rise. The rest of you, you'll continue to choke on your lies and suffocate on your ignorance. But that's your choice. I can't help you if you won't help yourself.
Now, honestly, I am way more concerned now than ever before that this is some sort of like soft kickstart to a cult. And I know that sounds paranoid, and honestly, it probably is. But this new haircut making him look more like Doe than ever before from Heaven's Gate, and the psychedelic ramblings just seem too crazy now to ignore. And to be honest, I have expect this to be either some sort of story or ARG or something. or it's all just real. And if it is, then I'm actually wondering what the intent is behind the channel owners. Like, it doesn't seem like they're selling anything or promoting anything other than their spiritual teachings, but for now, I'm really still just skeptical as what this could all mean. I'll keep an eye on them. I mean, maybe they're just being a bunch of weirdos with the spirituality stuff, and if you want to keep an eye on them too, then as always, the links will be in the description. Hey, hi, I hope you're doing well. Make sure to get up and stretch. Don't want any blood clots flowing through your legs as you work on, whatever it is you're working on while you're watching this. Make sure to drink water and check out this fan art I got. Ain't it great? It's great. Anyways, I'm using this brief little break period to explain that, well, I had 2 other stories that I wanted to add to this little mini mystery, but I decided not to do so, and I figured, hey, I'll mention them briefly, why not? But before I do want to mention that I still have a Patreon, and if you are a patron on my Patreon, you get to see some of the earlier stuff, some behind-the-scenes stuff, and the redesign for my new character and the entire aesthetic. I hope you like the new stuff so far. I'm kind of going for like a grindhousey kind of era sort of thing, so hopefully you guys like it. And if you don't follow me on Twitter, I also have a Twitter and a Blue Sky if you're down for that. So yeah, that's it. Okay, well, let's talk about these subjects that I had to cut out because I didn't like them for one reason or another. The first is the Nutter Butter TikTok account. And I'm sure you guys have heard of it and how wacky it's been and how it's just weird and unconventional for a big branded $1 million company to act on a social media account. Lots of people have covered it, and it is genuinely a cool little topic, but I decided halfway through not to add this simply because I kind of got disillusioned, I guess. Like, I'm not sure why, but when I was reading the comments and saw like 12 different brand names replying to this weird TikTok, and just, it kind of made me just go, oh, this is just corpo publicity stunt. Like bullshit. It's like nothing. Like, no joke, I was like raring to go and ready to cover this little topic, go deep into the story, because apparently there is one or whatever. But yeah, no, I just stopped caring as soon as I realized this is just like corporate, and as corporate as it gets. It's just disguised as a little weirder than other corporate schlock, but it's kind of no different than Old Spice commercials that are wacky and zany and no doubt like a lot of fun to watch, but at the end of the day, it's just corpo schlock. And I know that's totally, that makes me sound like a total buzzkill and so boring, and genuinely, I love this account and I hate that my cynicism is taking over, but bruh, like, I can't help but feel this way. Sorry, but do check out the TikTok page. Like, everyone who's covered it, they have a great little video. I am personally putting down in the description a video that I liked about this whole thing. Check it out if you have the time. But no, I don't think I'm going to cover this one. Another one that I wanted to mention was We Are the Lotus. Now, this channel was far more interesting to me a few months back, but now it's not. I was told about this via my streams, Goose_Boose on Twitch, by the way. When I watched it, it was just 2 videos that seemed to be surveillance cameras pointed at someone's room while someone is there. It was creepy and the vibes were so weird, almost stalkerish, but unfortunately, another case of just being completely disillusioned. This channel uploaded more videos, and this is when I started to make sense that this was in fact an ARG, and I'm just like so done. And I'm sorry, I just don't want to cover an ARG, not anytime soon. And I can tell that this person is making this, they're very new at it, and they're very young, I'm sure. And I absolutely 100% am cheering you on from the back lines. I hope your ARG is a success, but I'm just not in the mood for that. Not anymore. But if you're interested in We Are the Lotus, I mean, check it out. The link will be in the description. It seems to be some sort of alternate reality, government hiring a new chairman, something about a guy named Mark who seems to be this one dude in this video. There's a Twitter account that's role-playing this whole story. There's Russian words that need to be deciphered. Classic creepypasta logic of Russian is a scary language, etc., etc. It's got the makings of a classic. It's just made 15 years too late, and I hope that's not harsh, genuinely. Like, I like when people are creative and to do their best with the materials that they have, and I am really actually rooting for you. Please don't give up. Please see this to the end. You've got this. I believe in you. I genuinely hope you blow up, but right now, it's too soon to tell where this is leading. I don't really have an interest for this, but I wish you the best, dude. Anyways, wrap up your stretching, get your water, sit back down, and hey, seriously consider being a patron today. It really helps support me, and it helps, like, tremendously. You have no idea. And there's my Twitter and Blue Sky. I just mostly retweet creepy stuff and talk about creepy stuff that I liked that week. Nothing really too important. I don't really care much for it. But if you want to see some stuff too, like just me being casual and dumb and weird and stupid, then yeah, check it out. Anyways, I'm getting too distracted. Ooh. All right. Sit back, relax, and let me tell you about today's final story. Around January of this year, people noticed something odd in LA when viewed on Google Maps. If you input the coordinates on screen, you'll be taken to this. This entire plot of land owned by Union Pacific is littered with trash, all spelling out the words help, tráfico, federal, LAPD, FBI, terrorismo, and dos. Right now, no one has any clue or answers as to who it is that's making these signs. This had people speculating and hunting for answers. Many people were even skeptical of these images being real, so locals decided to drive to this location to find out if those signs were really there, and they were shocked to learn that they were, in fact, right there. This actually made it to the mainstream media, where even Inside Edition covered the story and found almost nothing new. Not who made these, not if they were related to some sort of underground sex trafficking operation in LA, and the LAPD's only statement was that there was, quote, no evidence of human trafficking. They even made a post on Twitter acknowledging these images, stating, "We've had several different contacts with the individual you speak of. He has refused housing or a mental health evaluation. There is no evidence of human trafficking. He has been at this location for a few years." And so that's it, right? Case closed? Well, to be honest, this statement is just so vague and to many unsatisfying, and I don't really blame people for feeling this way, really. It's sort of shocking just how very, very little there is to this entire story, seeing as how mysterious and genuinely shocking this is. Giant signs plastered over an empty junkyard and nobody saw who made these? No security cameras, eyewitness accounts, nothing at all? How did someone manage to put in so much effort and so much time into creating giant signs pleading for help, and yet no one saw who did it? The only thing we know of this mysterious person is the LAPD's claim that they know who did it, but have not identified this person, which is fair. It's likely they want to protect the identity of someone who is mentally unwell, especially with how popular this entire topic is. It wouldn't be surprising if someone tried contacting this person and downright harassing them for more answers, which is why this person is still a mystery and completely anonymous. The problem, however, lies with the statement itself being released by the LAPD themselves. They're a law enforcement agency that has garnered an unsavory reputation over the years due to the past corruption, scandals, and controversies and other things that they have been associated with. And because of this, the LAPD statement just doesn't mean much to the general public, when so much of the general public just doesn't trust the LAPD. So if we choose not to believe the official statement given to us by the police themselves, then what could be happening here? Well, let me just say this. As fun as it is to speculate certain things, taking it too far can be unhealthy and could result into some trouble for some people who actually know what they're doing. So I just want to say that this next part is total speculation and is done just for funsies, and I am not making any serious claim into anything, nor am I pretending to even know what is truly happening. All right? I better not see none of y'all on the fucking news because of this shit. Swear to God. Because I'm going to be pissed. All right? All right. Well. Anyway. The first theory is obviously that this is relating to actual human trafficking. One of the most damning pieces of evidence to this is the fact that these signs were made eerily close to the Union Pacific Railroad, a place where things could be transported easily from point A to point B if stored in the proper carts. I've also heard this location is really close to the harbor, but that's not really the case, honestly. But the train yard, however, is literally across the street from this one spot, though, so that definitely holds up more water. However, what's not working with this theory is that this entire lot is right square in the middle of a commonly used road, E. Caesar E. Chavez Avenue. And not only is it commonly used by drivers, but by most pedestrians using the sidewalk. And this one spot is easily seen just over the railings, as seen by the multiple videos taken of this one spot. So even if this really was a spot where people were being trafficked, I mean, they couldn't have chosen a worse spot even if they tried. I think downtown LA would have been a better trafficking spot even. Still, someone managed to put all these signs up without any eyewitnesses noticing, so maybe it's not too crazy of a spot. But what is crazy though is just how long these signs have existed. Like I said earlier, these signs were seen by a ton of Twitter users when it went viral back in January 2025, but these signs have existed for years, all the way back to 2023. Yes, seriously, these have been here for a long time, but nobody really noticed it. Back then, it only said help, and many of the words you see today are missing from the older satellite images. But it's the same help signs for the most part, and barely any of them have changed positions. Which brings us to the second theory of this really being just some homeless guy doing a sort of maybe small art project, or maybe having a mental episode. Looking closely at LA Guy 310's video, we'll see two notable things. At the beginning, we can see a homeless man and his dog underneath the bridge, very close to where the empty lot is, and when he pans the camera over to the lot, we can also see a hole in the fence. And shout out to the barbed wire, by the way. You're really keeping them out, huh? Good job, dumbasses. Now, I'm not saying that this one homeless guy is the culprit, by the way. It's just likely a good spot for the unhoused to camp out, as bridges tend to be, in general, a good place to set up camps. However, this does show that anyone could trespass to the land and face little to no repercussions, even being close proximity to it. Added to the fact that there's such an easy access to the lot itself, and well, it becomes a lot more believable that this is just the case of a mentally unwell person laying out a ton of signs due to some sort of psychotic episode that they were having and continue to have for years. And like I said, these have been seen since about 2023 and as of 2025. More signs have just continued to pop up, so it's likely the same culprit adding these signs here and not, say, a victim of human trafficking. That doesn't mean their statements aren't true though. If we really want to go down this rabbit hole, we can just assume that this person is, I don't know, witnessing the crimes and silently reporting them by laying down junk to spell out words. LA Guy's video even shows more words that are barely visible, if not unseen from the satellite. Help is tagged all over the lot as well as the phrase corruption LAPD. This one part of the video shows a part of a larger message that was more visible from 2024 satellite photos of the same place. FBI wanted, moneymakers, Police Metro, Hilda Garcia G, LA China, Kevin De Leon, Gatita Fiera, I think that's what that says, Jose Iasares Limon, this is really hard to read, Adriana Solis, L.A. Popo, I can't read that one, Secuestradores. But the one in 2025 seems to be way smaller and just says Maldito, Gobierno, Police, Moneymakers, FBI, Urgente. Now, I just want to stress once again, as of right now, there is no recorded evidence of there being human trafficking in this one spot in LA, so to assume the claims of a likely mentally unwell person to be 100% fact without said evidence would be straight up stupid. In fact, I'll put my foot down right now and say that these claims seem to be the ramblings of a man who is not mentally well, and the reason I'm saying this is just through the line of work that I've personally done. I've done enough research into some YouTube channels that were clearly made by people who are not mentally well that I can confidently say that this pattern is seen almost unanimously among certain groups of people who go through severe psychosis. The mentioning of random bodies, of governments and law enforcement, the repeating phrasing, the ramblings without any coherent messaging, it's all sort of pointing towards signs of mental instability. And I know I'm not an expert in mental health, but like I've said, in the years that I've made these videos and the amount of content that I refuse to cover, just because I generally don't like covering mentally unwell people, This sort of pattern is seen all the time with these kinds of people. Tragically though, this doesn't necessarily mean that this person isn't valid for asking help. There have been other users on TikTok back in 2023 that have shown that the help signs don't just stop at this one plot of land, but also on the side of Highway 101 and some billboards, these even mentioning a name, Alyssa Missing, with 101 also mentioned, the same highway where the original help signs could be seen. 101 is also seen in the plot of land as well. It's likely that this person lost a loved one named Alyssa who was tragically taken from their lives, and it's also likely that when they reported this to the police ended up just not doing much, or possibly never found this person at all, leading them to believe that the LAPD is somehow in on it, and probably believing that human trafficking is one of the things that led to the disappearance or loss of this one person, which has led them to spiral into believing that the FBI, the governor, and everyone else is hiding the truth, as often these kinds of conspiracies have no end in sight and often lead people down a rabbit hole that they can just never come out of, especially if they're disassociating from reality. That's just my personal theory on this anyways, that it really is someone asking for help and that has lost someone in some way and now believes that there's a bigger conspiracy against them. Maybe it's not a homeless person, but someone who lives nearby and sneaks into certain areas to get the word out. I understand that the cops said that it's an unhoused person, but it's possible that they're just not telling them his address or something. And this kind of stuff isn't really unheard of, as even in the town that I live in right now, there was a local who was spreading pamphlets around, putting them on people's windshields, stapling them on telephone poles, and really anywhere just to get their message seen, despite their message being incredibly illegible and kind of racist. And maybe I'll talk about that some other time. But regardless, that's what I think is happening. Someone who keeps leaving their house in the middle of the night, vandalizing certain places and putting up messages of their own conspiracies and crying for help, and then hiding back home, dwelling in their own loneliness, and refusing to accept help for their mental health. But yes, it could also possibly be that there's a human trafficking scheme hidden by the LAPD, the FBI, and the governor of California, but the likely answer is always the simplest, most boring, and often least satisfying of them all. And the simple answer is, there's an easy access to this plot of land that exists. This land is worth almost nothing to everyone. Other than the help signs that exist, this plot of land is incredibly unremarkable, making it the perfect place to vandalize. Meaning no one bothers to check this piece of land out ever. There's homeless people living within the area, some of which could be mentally ill too, and it's likely that this has brewed the perfect conditions for someone to be allowed to do as they please, and the worst conditions to let their mind fester and deteriorate as they continue to refuse help. It's 3 a.m. and I can't sleep, and I also can't sing either. Hi! So I've been having trouble sleeping lately, for a number of reasons, really, but there was one night in particular that was really bad, but I don't regret it, really, because see, one night I tried sleeping early. I went to bed around like 11 p.m, pretty early for someone like me who usually sleeps around, I don't know, 7 a.m. or something. And then suddenly I woke up at around 2 a.m, which sucks. My eyes are closed, but my brain won't shut down. Fuck it, I thought to myself. I opened up my TikTok, watched some brain rot for about an hour, and then I just got more into horror stuff just out of nowhere. In fact, I actively looked for horror content because, honestly, I just really like horror stuff. This is not a bit. This whole channel's legit. I do genuinely love spooky shit. I'm somewhat of a psychopath, you see. But I'm not kidding when I say scary stuff just brings me a lot of comfort. I don't know why. For one reason or another, I just like the feeling of being creeped out, especially when it's super late at night and it's incredibly dark in my house. Oh my god, there's like nothing bleeding out of the windows when it's like 3 a.m. It's super scary. It really enhances the feeling of getting spooked, though I might have taken it too far with this one because I found a channel on TikTok that took me down a huge rabbit hole of just non-stop scary Japanese mysteries till like 8 a.m. No fucking joke, I'm a wreck. My sleep schedule is dog shit, dude. But hey, I found some stuff that I've seen people rarely cover, and if they have covered it, it barely got any coverage. What the fuck am I saying? Why did I write that down? My point is, these sorts of cases are still not very well known, so I want to show you guys what I found, what I researched, and what's cool about them. Let's make it symbolic, and let's talk about 3 of my favorite cases. We got ghosts, urban legends, and true crime. Maybe, sorta, kinda, not really. So sit back, relax, enjoy some coffee, alcohol if you're spicy, or having an episode, and just chill with me as I tell you all about this cool shit that I found. First, let's start with the most terrifying tale of them all. The horrifying tale of the stinky blanket. No, it's serious. Don't leave. It's serious. It's scary. Trust me. Hold on. Okay. So over on the website Toucan, there was this story being told by one anonymous user about their strange encounter with a particularly odd old lady and a seemingly out of place smelly blanket. One night at around midnight, this user had apparently a rank stench leaking into his room when he opened his window. It was so overwhelming that it had him curious as to where the source of the smell was coming from, so he decided, fuck it, I'm bored, I'll check it out, and tried finding the source of the smell. Not long after, though, he found this futon sitting atop a concrete fence. A mysterious liquid was also dripping out of it, and the smell was just 10 times worse, so much so that the OP couldn't even get close to it. This was the source of the smell. Or rather, whatever was inside the futon was the source. With a stench that powerful, the OP assumed the worst. To him, it smelt like rotting meat and somewhat coppery. He figured he should have called the police so they could take care of it. But as he was taking a photo of this futon, an older lady came out of nowhere and started yelling at him, asking what he was doing and why he was taking a photo of the futon, claiming he was acting suspicious. The Toucan user explained that he could just smell this futon from his house and thought about reporting it to the police. Hearing that, the old lady just said, "Don't worry, I'm part of the neighborhood association. I'll throw it away myself." Not wanting to deal with the old lady harassing him, and to avoid suspicion, the user hesitantly walked away as soon as he got home. The entire situation just didn't settle well for him at all. Who was this old lady? Why was she acting so strange? Why was she so adamant that she could put away the futon herself, especially when he mentioned he'd call the police? When he looked outside from his house, he could see that woman was still there. The OP decided he'd head back out and check up on her, but to avoid suspicion, he grabbed his recyclable, whatever, in a bag and was planning to go out there just to place his garbage. It was a good excuse, since the garbage people were actually going to collect the trash the next morning. However, when he got to the spot where the old lady and the futon were, surprisingly, both were gone. The only thing left behind was the stain where the futon once was, as well as a puddle of the mysterious liquid forming under the fence. Still, despite not being in the area, that stench still lingered, and according to OP, it just got worse. He figured the old lady was responsible for the futon being there, and maybe, after being called out, she hastily returned it back to her house or something. Something still didn't feel right though, so OP decided to walk around the neighborhood one more time just to see if there was anything else suspicious. And sure enough, there it was. The futon had now moved to a completely different location. Now, keep in mind, this was being posted in real time. OP was chronicling the entire story when it happened, as it happened. So when he saw the futon on top of the blanket for the second time, he had disappeared for an hour, only to reappear and state that he was going to take a shower because he felt so dirty as the stench clung onto him. Several minutes later, he returned at around 3 a.m. to update everyone. The reason he was gone for an hour was because he had to call the police, and the officers that had arrived questioned him extensively. He wasn't able to give more information than that, however, as this incident had now turned into an ongoing investigation and advised anyone curious enough to, quote, keep an eye out for the news. So the story picks up a few weeks later, but before we get to that, I think it's important to know that people on 2SAM were skeptical from the beginning. asking why he didn't just call the police in the first place, regardless of the old lady telling him not to. Others were amused by the details, such as him claiming it smelled like rotting meat, or the fact that the futon left a mysterious liquid. It just all seemed kind of, I guess, to translate in a Western term, creepypasta-y. I say this because I'm honestly skeptical too. It's so very easy to fabricate a story on the internet and just lie to people, especially when you just have bits and pieces of evidence to show everyone, i.e. the picture of the futon, which, judging by the photo alone, just doesn't look all that suspicious. It's weird, sure, and obviously I can only take his word on it smelling bad, but it could also be that he just saw a blanket out there while he was on a walk in the middle of the night and fabricated the story as he went back home or when he got home. By the way, not to get off track here, but one of the guys in the 2chan post just straight up said, hey, you should take a picture of the old lady's panties. I figured someone might find that amusing. I did. It's also worth noting that he did say there was a mysterious liquid left behind too, but from this photo, you can't see that, and from either one, honestly. You'd think that's more of an important detail to take a photo of, but he couldn't due to the overwhelming stench, which honestly is a very convenient excuse. As the 2 weeks went by, nothing noteworthy happened on 2chan. There was no update, no news story, no nothing. But then, the OP came back and gave us an update. It turns out the very next day, OP had taken the day off from work as he was being questioned by the police about what had happened the night prior. He was shown several photos and was asked if any of the women he saw matched the woman he described to have seen the night prior. No, he said to the officer. That's when he brought out more photos, and this is when he saw a woman who looked almost like her. You gotta understand that it was really hard to see as it was dark outside and she was illuminated only by a dim street light. Regardless, the woman in the new photo looked like her. It's just that her makeup seemed sloppy, so it threw him off for a bit. The officers then questioned him further about her, how they met, if they were related, if she's a friend, or if he's ever seen her before, etc., etc. After a long interview, the OP was then sent back home that evening and was given 6,000 yen as a reward for all the info he gave the authorities. A few days later, he was called back in and was asked to identify a woman as the person he saw the night before. This person was, in fact, the same woman who had told him that it was her futon and that she was part of the neighborhood association. Once he identified her, the police proceeded to take her away, and this is when she became violent and thrashed out, yelling at them and trying to fight them off. Eventually, she settled down, and she was able to be detained without any further interruptions. But this is when the details get really creepy. Shortly after this, the police officer informed him that she actually had a knife on her the night she was arrested, which was the same night OP had called the police. OP might have been killed if he had stayed near her that night, or if he had pestered her any further. As the police investigated further, her house actually had damning evidence against her, proving that she did, in fact, own that futon, and that whatever was inside was put in there by the old lady. After writing all of this, the OP stated that he hadn't eaten that day, so after he was done cooking for himself, he was going to revisit that spot and offer flowers. When pressed further about what was inside the futon, the OP simply stated, "You can tell from the flowers offered," seemingly confirming everyone's worst fear, that what was inside that blanket was likely a human corpse, and judging by the size of the blanket itself, it's likely to have been a child. That, or the body, was chopped up. Now, again, people are super skeptical about whether or not this was a true story, because there still wasn't any info on the news about this, even weeks after. And judging by the nature of this case, what with it being super graphic and extremely bizarre, you'd think this would have made headlines all over. But not only was there no news on this, there was also no info on where this took place, which could have helped narrow down what exactly happened here, but unfortunately, there is nothing at all. That is, of course, until 3 years later, where someone on 9chan decided to post a long, quote-unquote, fictitious story about a smelly futon they found while taking a walk in the middle of the night. It went into detail about the things that were left out from the original post, such as the interview with the cops, the days in between the interviews, and of course, what was inside the blanket itself, which, according to this poster, who had nothing to do with the original post, stated that there was a baby inside of the futon. Now, while this is a very horrifying detail, keep in mind, this is a quote-unquote fictional story, as in it was completely fabricated according to this person. So it could have been that this was just a random person making some sort of fictionalized creepypasta tale based on the original post from 3 years prior. Or, if you want to be more fantastical about it, it could have been the original poster disguising himself as someone else and slapping the whole fictional part as a way to mask himself. After all, it would have been illegal to have talked about this case, since apparently in Japan, information can be withheld from the public if the case being worked on by the police involved someone who was mentally unwell. Whatever the case may be though, whether or not there really was a stinky futon case, the answer ultimately lies with you, my dear, beautiful, gorgeous, and wonderful audience. You could either believe that this was a work of fiction the entire time, or it could be just a lost piece of media that never got covered by the news because of Japanese law. Whatever you want to believe is up to you. And hey, I hope you're doing okay, by the way. It's been rough, I get it. You got this, though. You'll pull through. Alright, well, let's pull back and bring up a lighter topic. You know, one that doesn't have dead babies. I mean, you know, there's like implied dead people in this one, but it's like a myth. So, you know, don't freak out too much. Oh, whatever. Anyways, let's talk about... Somewhere within Japan lies a forgotten village. Forgotten, but not abandoned. According to the legends, Inunaki Village was a small settlement located within the Fukuoka Prefecture and built sometime during the Edo period. It was founded by the members of the Inunaki clan who defied the emperor and decided to live isolated away from society and make their own laws and rules with blackjack and hookers. Unfortunately, it wasn't long until Inunaki was a village of anarchy and lawlessness, and due to traders and travelers fearing the sort of people that lived there, and the rumors that spread that the village was filled with murderers and thieves, Inunaki found itself, well, more stranded than it really wanted to be. Poverty and crime reigned, and without traders, there was no food, no goods, no supplies, nothing being distributed into the village. So naturally, the few remaining residents that stayed either desperately hunted nearby for any wildlife to feed on, died, or they resorted to cannibalism. You know, this is really stupid. I don't understand why they didn't just, like, leave. You know, it's like, if there's a point where, like, you have to eat people to survive, probably don't live there anymore. It's like living in Detroit.
Take him to Detroit.
No! No, not Detroit! No! No, please!
Now, because of Inunaki's isolation, many were never aware of this village existing after much time had passed. In fact, it didn't appear anywhere on modern maps, so this tiny village just sort of faded away into obscurity. That is, of course, until the construction of the Inunaki Tunnel in 1949. Okay, so keep up, alright? This is kind of a little confusing, but just keep up. You're smart enough. I know you are. Check it. Unlike Inunaki Village, Inunaki Tunnel is real, and it does have a lot of disturbing things associated with it that are, again, real. See, sometime in 1975, Inunaki Tunnel was closed down because of a tunnel that was constructed nearby, which is not called Inunaki Tunnel, which it might be, but it's the former one. It just doesn't work. Nobody uses it. All right. The other one was just much more convenient for commuters. It was much faster, so nobody used the first one. And because of the lack of maintenance, the Inunaki Tunnel became a dangerous place to travel through as it began to crumble within. Because of the fact that this tunnel was now essentially abandoned and sort of tucked away in this small little area that nobody could really see, it became the perfect place for some people to commit horrible crimes without any witnesses. For example, in 1988, 5 young men dragged a local construction worker into the tunnel and set him on fire, killing him within minutes. The reason for this? They just wanted to steal his car. Prior to this, there was also the real-life village of Inunaki Dani, which is not Inunaki Village, just something else, which was located within the Inunaki Dam. But as soon as construction finished, in 1986, it was completely submerged in water during the dam's construction. While the villagers were moved to a nearby location by city officials, some believe there are those who refused to move out and stayed in their homes and drowned with their possessions as the village went underwater. And of course, infamously, the Inunaki Bridge located near the tunnel is a popular spot for those who have, let's say, lost the will to live. These incidents gave the Inunaki Pass the reputation of being cursed and possibly even haunted, added to the fact that supposedly in 1999 Nippon TV was told about the tale of Inunaki Village. This then popularized the location, and as the years went on, online forums talked more and more about the supposed haunted location, and it turned into the modern day legend that it is today. And this is just scratching the surface. There's a lot of things that have happened here in this tunnel, and a lot of people just come around from all over just to visit this one tunnel. It's actually very popular. In fact, animes such as Mob Psycho and Dandadan have actually made this tunnel more popular in recent times, what with the parodies of the tunnels existing in those shows / manga. But more famously than that, there was a movie that came out in 2019 called Howling Village, aka Inunaki Village. That became so popular that fans of the film actually have traveled to Inunaki Tunnel so frequently that the city had to barricade the tunnel's entrance to prevent anyone from going in, which, in my opinion, made this place look really fucking cool and 10 times scarier. And while this spot truly does exist, it's debated if Inunaki existed at all. Again, there's Inunaki Dani, but that is a well-documented village that has nothing to do with the legend itself. Yet if you're curious enough to see this village, this myth, it's said that those who go through the Inunaki Pass, the original one that is, are often transported to a different time period, a new place, and they hear villagers from this local town talking amongst each other as they cook up this mysterious meat. A rotten, pungent smell of flesh hangs over the air, and villagers are very likely to attack you the moment they spot you, as they don't welcome any outsiders. It's true. Well, okay, maybe it's not like true, but it's true that people believe that. Unfortunately for most travelers, the tunnel is, like I said, sealed off, and that's kind of a good thing, especially when most people were just committing crimes in this tunnel. Added to the fact that the tunnel itself is just dangerous, and the very basis of it, it's like old and literally falling apart. Yeah, I don't think anybody should be going through this at all. This hasn't really stopped people, however, from going to the tunnel itself and exploring it at night, even if they just have to visit the outside area. They're still very fascinated by the legends and the supposed sightings that people have had in recent years. It's even said that this phone right here rings at around 3 a.m. every night, and you can just make out faint voices from the other end of the phone. Spooky. And that's what I love about this whole Inunaki urban legend. It's a mixture of both real-life events and additive spooky flavors here and there, and it's like, yeah, there could be a village of cannibals that lives somewhere out here in an alternate dimension in the forest just beyond the tunnel. But there have been legitimate crimes also here. Bodies being found within this area. This cursed shit happening with the phone and the fucking bridge and the village. There's just this heavy air of woe hanging over this general area. I mean, God, really? This place is a veritable spring of misery and death, and man, fuck it, I think that's kind of sick. Look, I told you, I'm a psychopath. I'm sort of into this morbid stuff. This last one, I promise, is lighthearted. I swear. I just realized we're talking about death and decay in the last one. I wasn't really, you know, I should probably think about the order in which these are coming up. But whatever. We talked about stinky blankets. We talked about cursed tunnels. I think the natural evolution would be to talk about ghosts. Staff Only is a miniseries that aired in the late 90s and the early hours of Japan. It's a TV drama that never really gathered any sort of notoriety or fame, just a humble little show that faded into obscurity, except for one particular episode, the episode that changed Staff Only's reputation forever. In this scene, the main protagonist runs away from the series' antagonist for whatever reason, I'm not really too sure, but it's during her little runaway scene that the camera captures something truly bizarre. Did you see that? Here, I'll play it again, this time zoomed in and closer to the general area. There. Right there, a face can be seen peeking into the room. A face that no one on set recognized. A face that, for all intents and purposes, shouldn't be there. An editor of Staff Only saw this little detail during the final hours of editing and pointed it out to his colleagues, wondering just what the hell it was. No one had any answers or ideas as to who that was or what that face was doing there. The editors then further questioned people on set, and lo and behold, no one had a clue as to what they were talking about. Some of the staff members even stated that they vividly remember no one being there when they entered that room shortly after the scene was shot. So what the fuck happened? To this day, it's currently unknown what this face could be, though tons of people have speculated, as people tend to do, and right now there are 3 prevalent theories. The first, of course, being that this face is, well, a ghost. From what was stated from the crew and channel itself, the warehouse owner of this set unfortunately passed away just 2 weeks prior to shooting, and people believe that this is in fact the man himself paying a visit to the film crew. Honestly though, as cool as that sounds, it's a little too convenient. Because this case is so old, we can only take the crew's word for it that this supposedly is the warehouse owner, and that is, in fact, his face. Sprinkle in the idea that some creepy thing happened, like him passing away just before this was shot, and, well, that's a perfect spooky story right there. But that sort of leads into the second theory of this being a manufactured hoax to try to make this series far more popular. Look, it's not unheard of that people fake ghost sightings or something similar in order to give a product more notoriety. One good example is from singer and songwriter Joyce Chu when she filmed the song I Miss You. In one part of the song, a person's body can be seen jumping off of the roof of a building. Now, it's worth noting before I get demonetized that this body is in fact added in post, meaning that this was added after this was shot, and we can prove that if we actually go to the Red House Theater, the location which this was shot. See that sign? See how he's going in front of it? Well, this sign is actually way farther away from the building. Not only that, but it's way smaller too. It was never confirmed that the music video was hoax, but extremely likely that it was. And for what reason? Fame, of course. Not that I'm saying Joyce Chu added this on her own, but someone within the production team definitely knew something like this would give the music video more attention than if it didn't. And currently, the video stands at 65 million views. And of course, if you examine the timeline of this video, that is the most popular part of the music video. It worked. Everybody knows about this music video because of the morbid details. So is that what happened with the production team of this show? Well, it's unlikely. While the show's popularity did end up surging after this was revealed, keep in mind that this wasn't the scene that was ultimately broadcasted. This was. Yes, that's right. What everyone saw when this episode first aired was a version of the show that didn't even have the face in the first place. Added to that, this whole ghost ordeal wasn't even revealed until later on after the show had finished airing, like years later. So if this really was for fame, well, it's a little too late to be expecting a reboot just because of one shot that had a ghost in it, don't you think? Regardless, if it's not a ghost and it's not a hoax, then what is it? Well, this is usually when people resort to this bitchin' little principle called Occam's razor. The simplest explanation is likely the correct one, and what likely happened was that this is, in fact, someone on the crew that everyone just kind of forgot, or perhaps it was a reflection of theirs. In these sorts of productions, crew sizes vary. Not everyone is well interacted with, not everyone knows everyone else. Therefore, this person right here is likely someone that just isn't seen very much, or wasn't seen or noticed that day. Maybe someone in the camera crew, maybe the lighting, maybe makeup, custodian even. There's all sorts of faces that just sort of show up for a few times during productions, maybe even for just an hour or so. Point is, not everyone is going to recognize them, and though someone should have seen him in that short period of filming, mistakes were made, and this just sort of slipped through. However, even this theory of it being the crew itself is kind of hard to believe, because the crew themselves gave a sort of detailed diagram as to where everyone should have been, and in this one shot, the actress is running through this door, and the camera is pointing directly to her. Everyone else should have been standing around these two boxes, and in that one empty room, there should have been pretty much no one there at all. In fact, that one room doesn't even have a mirror or anything reflective at all. So what they saw shouldn't be there. Whoever was there was instructed clearly not to be there. This testimony, of course, isn't super solid. I mean, just because they said that people weren't there or shouldn't be there doesn't mean that people can't be there. There is definitely a room there, and it's not impossible that someone's face might have leaked through. It's just that nobody knows who exactly it was that should have been there or could have been there, for what reason they should be there. But who knows? Maybe, just maybe, this could have been evidence of a ghostly apparition. And if that's the case, then this is the scariest ghost video I've ever seen. Not only is the face so very, very clear here, clearer than anything I've ever seen in any piece of ghost evidence, it is undeniably a face. Sometimes you can argue it's a case of pareidolia, you know, seeing faces where there isn't one, but the fact that this face and head turn to see the actress running past means that it's sentient and watching. It has awareness and it knows what it's looking at. That to me is more haunting than anything. That this thing is actively watching you and it's aware of you. All of you. But you're not aware of it. Now that just about covers most of the stuff that I wanted to cover. Well, that's not actually, no, that's not true. There's a ton that I wanted to cover for you. But they're either very common cases or some of them are more true crimey, and I know you guys don't really like that. Which, by the way, I did make a longer video on one of the cases that I saw. If you want to check that out, you can click on the link below or click on the top right here. You can go check that out. But there are a few more that I wanted to cover. Like Kisaragi Station was one of them, but I figured that most of you probably heard it. But maybe if you guys like this video, I'll cover it in the future, and other Japanese stuff, which I kind of want to do regardless. So look out for that. I love you guys a ton. I'll see you guys next time. Check out my Patreon, all that good stuff. Love y'all. I'll see you later. Good night.